And I'm unmuted. Can everyone hear me online? Is anyone online? Casella, can you hear me? I'm not sure who's raising their hand, but we're not calling on anyone right now. So good evening. It is 5. Yes, do you need me?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
It is 5:42. Thank you. It is 5:42 p.m. On December 10th, 2024. This is a meeting of Manhattan Community Board 2's Outdoor Dining Working Group. My name is Valerie De La Rosa, and I am the chair of the Outdoor Dining Working Group. On the committee is Stella Fitzgerald on Zoom, our vice chair of the committee, Carter Booth, board member and former CB2 chair and member of the CB2 SLA committee, Brian Pate, board member and member of the CB2 SLA committee and CB2 Landmarks and Public Aesthetics committee, Donna Raftery, board member and chair of CB2's SLA1 and SLA2 committees. We also have Shirley Secunda, who has not arrived yet, who is a board member and chair of CB2's Traffic and Transportation Committee. Tonight, we have 18 Dining Out NYC applications. The applications on tonight's agenda were referred to CB2 by DOT on Monday, November 25th and Monday, December 2nd. On average, the applications on tonight's agenda have taken over 6 months or 182 days on average from when the applicant applied to DOT referring the application to CB2 for review and or comment. We have a lot to get through tonight, and since it is possibly your first time before CB2 for outdoor dining, if you are an applicant or licensee, or maybe it is your first time as a member from the public, I want to be very clear on what you should expect this evening. This is a hybrid meeting, so we have people in the room, we have people on Zoom, and a lot of people are going to be talking at once. It is very hard to hear people speak when people are speaking over one another in the room. It is hard for people on Zoom to hear. It is also hard when people just start chiming on Zoom like the voice of God. So if we could please keep the level of decorum to waiting to be called on until I recognize you. I cannot stress this enough as we have a lot on the agenda. We intend to go through the agenda as presented on the website. Someone on the committee will put the links in the Zoom chat to the agenda. It's also printed here if you're in the room. We do have a couple of slides that kind of explain. This is the agenda this evening. So I've called the meeting to order. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda, and then I'll go through some
Motion to adopt.
Thank you. Great. So this is the agenda for the sidewalk cafes for this evening. And then for the roadway cafes, we also will have business session where we'll discuss all 18 of these applications. Public testimony, I kind of have some slides that explain this, so let me not explain it too much here. We are going to be reopening discussion of 2 applications this evening as listed here, based on new information that came to light today. We also will have new business. So I have a couple of some of these might be duplicative, so just bear with me. To speak, you must wait until you are called on by the chair of the working group, that is me, on Zoom or in the CB2 conference room. There is no speaking out of turn. You will be muted and or asked to leave the meeting either on Zoom or in person. Please fill out a speaker form. If you're here in the room and you have not signed up to speak online, there is a link on the CB2 calendar listing. I also have an in-person form, so if you do plan to speak about an application, please fill out this form. I cannot just call on people freehand this evening because we have so many applications to get through and we have so little time. Somebody from the committee will also put a link in the chat to sign up. We're going to call people from the form, either the form in person or the form on the online form to speak this evening. I will ask if somebody has signed up to speak that I did not call on, and then we will go that way, but it cannot be a free-for-all. Let's see, public testimony. So there is no general public testimony. If this is your first time at a CB2 Outdoor Dining Working Group meeting, we have public hearings for each specific application. So we're really looking for specific comments about the establishment of the application on the agenda, specific to whether it is about the roadway or the sidewalk. You must register to speak in order to get called on. If your hand is raised and you are not on the list, you will not get called on. I will ask at the end of public testimony for each application, there's someone who wanted to speak that I did not call on. There is an opportunity there, but it is very hard to capture people's names during this long meeting. So again, Public testimony will be taken for each application. You're allowed to speak once on each application. No back and forth. What else is it saying here? 2 minutes. Yeah. We'll see how that goes because, like I said, we have 18 applications. When I call for public testimony, I am calling for the public, not applicants or licensees. This is also, if you're an applicant licensee, not your time to tell us that you have an updated site plan. So that should have been resolved beforehand. You can bring it up when we call you up. It's just too late now to get it added in for tonight. Again, this is kind of duplicative, so let me just say, if you're in Zoom, you will be promoted to a panel. So we'll start with people in the room and then on Zoom. So again, when I call for public testimony, I am not calling for applicants or licensees. I'm calling for members of the public to speak about the application. Applicant licensee. So when it is your turn to speak, if you are representing an applicant or you are the owner that's before us this evening, you will get called on by me to speak after public testimony on your application. You are to direct your comments to the chair and the committee, not to the public. You do not have to respond to comments from public testimony. If you're on Zoom, you will be promoted to a panelist and have an option to turn your camera on. If you're in the room, you will be asked to sit at the table when it is your time to speak. I should cut some of these down. So then what happens next? After we have heard all 18 applications and all 18 public hearings for those applications have been closed, the committee will go into business session. Everyone on Zoom and in person are allowed to stay and hear those deliberations. At that time, we will discuss each application and vote on them as a committee. If you hear something or you want to add something, you raise your hand on Zoom or in person, we will not call on you because there's no longer any more testimony from the public or from applicants. Only in a special case should there be something specific that if the applicant still happens to be in the room or even perhaps even the public in the room that the committee needs clarification on something from, we will open it up to call and ask for that, but then we will close it. So again, we will not be called on unless it's that special circumstance. Other expectations, if you plan on seeing us again, if you're an applicant or licensee, you are responsible for ensuring that CB2 has the most updated site plan at our public hearing. DOT does not communicate updates to site plans once the application has been referred to CB2. It is up to you to look at what is posted on the CB2 calendar and communicate to your client and or design professional to either send CB2 the updated site plan directly and or reach out to your DOT planner to ensure they send CB2 the most up-to-date site plan. Now, I will say this evening that with the deluge of applications that we do have some updated site plans that we have not had a chance to update on the website. So we do have them marked as such in our presentation this evening. Thank you. So let's see, I will call up each application separately. The committee will go through the application. We will open the floor for public testimony for everyone except for applicants and licensees. We will go to speakers in the room. We will go to speakers on Zoom. Then we will open up the floor for the applicant licensee to speak. The committee will ask the applicant licensee questions if clarification is needed and or a potential modification is to be discussed. What happens after the meeting, if you're an applicant licensee, if the committee has presented proposed modifications to you, you will receive an email with the proposed modifications form and instructions how to comply should you choose. It is your choice. I cannot stress that enough. There's nothing you are being forced to do here. Depending on DOT's deadline for your particular application, the committee's decision on your application will be presented to full board for a vote. In this case, every application that we are hearing this evening will go before the December full board for a vote based on where this meeting is falling in our calendar. I think that's a lot of explanation. And again, here's the order that once we talk about an application, it's the committee, public testimony, and then the applicant licensee. Are there any questions? Great. So to really kick this off today, I just really want to stress that it is the expectation for any applicant before us this evening that they are aware of this November 1st deadline, that if you have applied before August 3rd, 2024, which is every single applicant before us an application this evening, that you are required, if you are still operating an outdoor dining setup, whether that is, well, it should only be Sidewalk at this point because we're past November 29th, it has to comply with the new Dining Out NYC design requirements. So that's kind of our baseline here. So with that, we're going to get started with our first application. We have 12 Sidewalk Cafe applications. So the first application we are going to talk about is Raanana LLC, DBA Jack's Wife Freda at 72 University Place. So there was some new information that came to light on this one this afternoon. I'm going to ask my committee to help me add that in because I did not add that into the modification. So we have the site plan here, and I can't really see at the top here. Oh, there we go. So this was submitted, a revised plan was submitted to CB2 on Thursday, December 5th. So that's what you see here. This is not on our website. I apologize. We will get the updated and mark them hopefully end of day tomorrow for everyone. Let's see. And then I started marking on here and that just kind of, so there's primary building entrances here that are called existing residential lobbies. So we need to have, that's an issue there. And I think it is also not marked on here. So I'll just quickly go to what the proposed modifications are for this application. So we're asking the applicant to label both primary building entrances. There's one at 70 University Place. That's to the south. There's also, and also have them show a 5-foot clearance from this primary building entrance to the Sidewalk Cafe setup, as well as check the checkbox on page 2 of the site plan form. There's also a primary building entrance that's labeled as a existing residential lobby to the north. That is the primary building entrance for the tenants at 72 University Place, which is the same address as the applicant. Reduce the length of the sidewalk cafe setup to comply with the required clearances above. Adjust the width of the sidewalk. Oh, this is the one I think about the primary building, which we did get clarification on today. And I think this is really important for any applicant. We did get clarification today from DOT that the primary building entrance clearance is only met through length. It cannot be met through width. So if you happen to have a sidewalk cafe that is has a generous amount of sidewalk and maybe it's a neighborhood corridor and it's a 22-foot sidewalk, you still have to have the 5-foot length. So it's the length of the sidewalk cafe.
Left and right.
Left and right.
5 feet to the left and right.
Right, 5 feet to the left and right. Thank you. So yes, and then adjusting the width of the sidewalk cafe setup to comply with the required 10-foot clear path from the bike rack, since it is parallel to the proposed sidewalk cafe setup. So when obstructions are parallel to the sidewalk cafe setup, the clear path supersedes the obstruction clearance. Also, there was a note about moving a bike rack icon, so it's not in the same plane as the fire hydrant. I'm going to ask Stella to expand on that because I wasn't sure what was meant by that. And then there's also discrepancies in length and width of the sidewalk cafe at the bottom of the form and on the actual drawing. Please ask to use 1 unit of measurement. There's fractions and decimals being used and they're incorrect conversions, I should know. And also add a north arrow to the site plan, because again, we are making references to directions here and there is no north arrow, which is required by DOT. So with that, is there anything else from the committee? Stella, did you want to expand on the bike rack icon?
Sure. Okay. Can you go back a slide to the site plan?
Yeah. How do I go back? Oh, there it is.
Okay. So on the site plan, it lists, it marks the hydrant and the bike rack at the same distance away from the proposed sidewalk cafe, which is also the same proposed distance from the storefront. And that is incorrect. The hydrant is closer to the curb than the bike rack. So those two 10-foot distances are incorrect.
So are you saying, can you see my arrow? These distances are incorrect?
Yes, the 10-foot and 10-foot are incorrect.
And they should be what?
Let me look at my notes. Okay, I had it for the hydrant. From the storefront, it's a 16 feet 4-inch distance. And because we need 10 feet of clear path on this street, are on this sidewalk, that means that the allowable sidewalk width would be 6 feet, 4 inches.
Okay.
And then one other thing, because we just got this new information from DOT that the primary building entrance clearance, which is 5 feet, must be satisfied by length and not width, meaning that you can't have the Sidewalk Cafe come out from the building line in order to satisfy the 5 feet, which is applicable in this case because the entrance to 72 University Street or University Place is recessed from the building.
Right.
That's why that came up. But because we will now need that 5 feet in length, I think that pushes the tables south to the extent that the bike rack will no longer be parallel to the cafe.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That it will only need an 8-foot clearance and not a 10-foot clearance.
Okay.
So I don't know, I don't have those numbers exactly. Yeah, I don't have the numbers for what would satisfy, what Sidewalk Cafe width would satisfy that 8-foot clearance because we just got this information.
Right.
But for the applicant to go and change the site plan accordingly.
Right. So because of the primary building entrances, the Sidewalk Cafe needs to go in on both sides to accommodate the 5-foot clearance on each side, as well as relabel those. Okay. Do we have anyone, is there anything else from the committee on this one? Okay.
Just want to note that they will also have to come back to modify liquor license stipulations because there's a restriction to 10 p.m. closing, but more importantly, it's restricted to 2 tables and 8 patron seats. So
2 tables and 8 patron seats. Why do you think, knowing that they have the sign stipulation stating that they would present something that is completely egregious to that?
well, because there's guidance that's contradictory on how
Okay.
to do this from the liquor
Okay.
authority.
Thank you. Okay, great.
Which is, by the way, if anybody's interested tomorrow at tomorrow's SLA full board meeting, which you can go to the SLA's website for a link to view it, they're going to be discussing the advisory on outdoor dining and the procedures, revisiting the procedures for how to modify the liquor license for outdoor seating.
And is it correct that SLA will not, as in the State Liquor Authority, will not hear outdoor dining applications until they've been approved by DOT? Is that correct?
That is correct. We are still working on our process, though,
Okay.
as far as how to expedite this process and a possible system of waiving an appearance.
Okay, thank you.
Is that right? I don't want to speak for Don
Yeah,
about
no,
this.
that's right.
Okay, great. Anything else from the committee or Estella online? Yes.
I realized that my comment about the bike rack now being diagonal, I think also applies to the hydrant, which means that we'll need the updated site plan to have 8-foot clearances there instead of 10. And also because those distances marked are already inaccurate, we will need a revised, we'll need a revised Sidewalk Cafe width because it's not accurate.
Right. Okay. And then just making sure that the numbers on the drawing match the numbers at the bottom. That seems to be a consistent error across a lot of applications. I think, right, so here's just like the primary building entrance showing 5 feet and the 13.1 here. And then showing here, you can't see what north residential tenants, so just showing that. And then I think I have this, I don't think I have the slide with the clearance showing the 5 feet in there. Yeah, so again, just a reminder that the primary building entrance is a 5-foot requirement. Just because you call it something else, such as an existing residential lobby, does not absolve you of that requirement. So we will ask that to be changed for the site plan of record. I think that was a bike rack. Oh, with this side, did we talk about the sidewalk width? I don't think I put that on here. Yes, I didn't mention it. Adjust width of sidewalk from 19 feet 3 inches to 18 feet. So if you read in the rules, so under section 501 definitions, the term sidewalk is defined as such in the rules, which says it's a portion of the street between curb lines or lateral lines of a roadway and the adjacent property lines, but not including the curb. So, and then the clear path means an unobstructed path on a sidewalk or sidewalk widening for pedestrian circulation. So the clear path, by definition of the sidewalk not including the curb, you cannot count the curb towards your clear path. The curb is defined in the New York City DOT street design manual as such as a vertical or sloping member along the edge of a roadway, clearly defining the pavement edge. So putting it all together, this is what it means. You measure up to the curb line, not the curb. So that's also a constant error that we see that tends, and DOT has been made aware of that. They have been giving guidance that has been contradictory to this. So it's also been raised by a council member's office to the agency as well. So anytime, as I mentioned before, an obstruction is parallel to the setup, the clear path supersedes the obstruction clearance. So example is this is now a moot point for this specific application. If it's diagonal, then it's just a diagonal of the 8 feet required for a bike rack versus, or bike corral, I guess is what this is called. Not the 10-foot now that it's not going to be parallel. And that's just showing the frontage for everyone. And let me just go back to that. So is there anyone from the public here to speak about this application on Zoom or whatnot? Let me look. Is anyone looking at the speaker form sign up? Because I kind of said that's how I was going to do it, and I kind of sound like I'm asking for hands to be raised. So I am not calling on the applicant at this time. Yes?
Can I just check with Brian about his sidewalk measurement, sidewalk width?
You do it offline, or do we need to do it now?
I think that his measurement was 18 feet, 10 inches. Can he confirm?
Yes, Stella, that is what I measured, but it's good that we have more than one person measuring, because on a busy day, and it certainly was a busy day that we were out there, a lot of people milling around, and I had to measure off on the side rather than right at the cafe. So
Okay.
I'll take that into consideration.
Okay. I just want to make sure we were on the same page.
Okay, so let me just look at who I have speaking for this application. I don't see anyone sign up to speak on this application on Zoom. Is there anyone in the room here to speak on this application?
Not on the sheets.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Yes, Brian, that's great. Okay, so now is the applicant here?
Michael Kelly is online, raised his hand.
Okay.
His name was on the.
Yeah, I know his name's on a bunch of applications. Let me see what's here in the, if someone could promote Arturo, please.
Already did.
Okay. Let me see. Note the sandwich board is not within 3 feet of the building. Okay. Okay, I guess, Michael, are you the representative for this applicant? Can someone promote him or make him a panelist? Good.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm late. I didn't
That's okay.
realize it was at 5:30.
Yeah.
I went on the 5-foot clearance from the lobbies, the residential buildings. I went through this with the DOT. And what they said, primary buildings are larger buildings. They weren't quite specific on how many floors the buildings were. This is the information I got. And that's why I believe this application is before you and the way it was drawn.
So we have information that is the complete opposite to that. The size of the building has nothing to do with what a primary building entrance is. That is particularly very important to protect here in the village and in our residential neighborhoods. What?
Hi, Mike. Always good.
Hi.
Question, when did you engage with them on that question?
In the beginning, close to the beginning, because
Okay.
what I was seeing, a lot of sidewalk cafes wouldn't exist because of the 5 foot, especially smaller restaurants with 2 residents on each side.
Yeah, so I just bring that up because we had a lot of back and forth since that time period on a number of issues, not just that. And I think that we also had questions, but they seem to be somewhat clear that that was their current guidance. And so we understand the frustration here of trying to get to the right place. And there doesn't seem to be a page with interpretations, the current interpretations, but that's what we've been told.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, on this particular application, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I know you have a lot of clients.
Yes.
And if that's going to be a consistent issue throughout a lot of applications because you weren't given the proper guidance or it is evolved or whatever terminology you want to use.
Okay, I'll check with them again, but on this particular application, we can bring it into 5 feet. We do have the room for it.
That's your choice. We present the modifications and we will vote on this in a way that will probably prolong the process, but that's just how the DOT process is for whether or not you approve with modifications or deny or approve straight out. So we offer it. Several applicants have adhered to it because it's what is being, it's what we've been told of how to apply the rule.
Okay.
Yeah, so what will happen is we will present, we will present these to you in our modifications form, and you can take them to your client. And if they want to comply, great, sign, and we ask to sign and notarize because they're not being signed here in front of us. It's pretty standard. And if not, so the way that it works is we will likely vote to conditional deny this application. If the modifications are agreed to, along with an updated site plan that shows that returned by a specific date on the modifications form, then our conditional denial will turn into an approved with modifications, which will take off 30 days of the process for you.
You just want to read what the email we got from Dining Out NYC on August 14th was about entrances, because I found it. So the question was, please define a primary building entrance, and the answer was, good afternoon, any main entrance that leads into a building, house, etc. Some bigger buildings have emergency exits on the side of the building that can't be blocked, but is not a primary entrance.
We also did get clarification on primary entrances, building entrances this afternoon regarding another specific application. We are happy to hear what is back, but that's kind of where this application will go. All right, thank you. Next,
Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we're going to go to Andrea. So let me just set myself a timer. All right, so Andreas, West Village LLC, DBA Andrea, 35 West 13th Street. The committee will talk about this application for a sidewalk cafe application. We have not received this applicant's roadway application at this. Well, actually, Stella, didn't we receive an updated site plan on this one today that showed the roadway? You did.
Yes,
we did, and I didn't know what was different from that one than this one. I don't think it's really hard when we receive these the day of to update our slides. So if you are going to send us the earlier you can get those to us, it also allows the committee to actually look at them. So can you pull that up maybe in case we need to compare?
For it.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we'll just use the one that's in front of us. When I quickly glanced, the length and the width were the same. I don't know if there was a obstruction or something added that wasn't there before. So let's see. On this one, we did get new information today, which I will share in just a second. So This is on a regional corridor, 10-foot clear path is required. And we have a primary building entrance marked on there and a sign is connection. Maybe we close the door. So this was, oh, I guess these were photos included so that these were from the applicant and kind of turned out kind of fuzzy. Oh, I have this in here twice. Okay, so the proposed sidewalk cafe width is 2.5 feet or 2 feet 6 inches or 30 inches. Complies with the required 10-foot clear path on West 12th Street, which is a regional corridor. However, a sidewalk cafe cannot be accessible if it is less than 36 inches wide, according to ADA and New York City Building Code. Current sidewalk cafe setup is not in compliance with Dining Out NYC rules. Currently, it's 5 feet 2 inches in width. And the required 10-foot clear path is not currently being maintained. As I mentioned at the top of our hour, that we are past November 1st, which means if you are operating an outdoor dining setup, which at this point should only be sidewalk cafes, it needs to be in compliance with the Dining Out NYC rules. I didn't make it up. It's what your city council people, city council members passed, and it's in the legislation. Also, this sidewalk cafe is completely enclosed, which is also not in compliance with the rules. Yes? Okay. Again, great, this beautiful deadline of November 1st. So if you're thinking to yourself, oh, but like everyone has all these enclosures, this is from the DOT website. Again, I didn't make this up. I'm just showing what the city and DOT has applied here. A sidewalk cafe may not be fully enclosed. Existing permitted enclosed sidewalk cafes in operation on March 16th, 2020, or 4 years prior may continue to operate, but must apply for an outdoor dining license and revocable consent from NYC DOT. That's on the Dining Out NYC website. It's kind of cut out here on my screen. Excuse me? Sidewalk cafe and under materials, and I can't read basics. Yeah, so I just underlined all the important stuff. So, oh, I guess I must have not brought those slides in. Where did I put them?
So I just want to say one thing that includes the storm enclosures, because people may not be interpreting that as, you know, the wooden structures that everybody built around the buildings before. But according to DOT, the storm enclosures are.
No, I have it. I have it on a slide, which is why I want to.
Enclosures. What about just at the vestibule for the door?
You can't have the tables and chairs in them.
Right, okay, yeah, that's.
You can have storm enclosures. You can't have tables. You can't set up your sidewalk cafe within a storm enclosure.
Sorry, I'm going to pull this up before we continue because I had, where did my slides on this go? Oh, here we go. Right. Okay, so I must have just copied it in one place. So again, when I talk about that, this is kind of what I'm talking about here, which is specifically to Andrea. So can I make this? So this is what we're talking about. I don't know if anyone can see. Is my screen still being shared, right? Okay. So again, it's these type of enclosures that DOT has said are not allowed. How do I know? Because I asked today. I know I'm really deadpan today. I apologize. So here is the note. I'll go to full screen so everyone can see it. And again, I'm not trying to make an example here, but this is something that we continually hear from the public on, as well as it's confusing for applicants. So let me go to slideshow. So here it is. Correct. Fully enclosed is not allowed. I will need the addresses for these locations so we can have enforcement address it. Thanks. Penny Ringel, Director of Public Engagement for Dining Out NYC. So it's pretty clear that, again, I asked for clarification and this is what I was met back with today. So let me exit. How do I escape? So that is on the enclosure. So again, it says on the website that the sidewalk cafe cannot be fully enclosed. It's also in the rules. The website is the interpretation of the rules. Okay, let me go back to number 2. Oh, no, Everyone is so patient, thank you. Okay, so, yeah, so is there anyone from the public here to speak on this application? Yes?
I just wanted to just raise the point with the, again, with SLA stipulations, just so everybody knows that they have the executed stipulations. The number of tables and chairs is less than what is in the stipulation, which they said that they would have no more than 8 tables and 16 seats. So that's in compliance. And they also said that the hours of operation would close at 10 p.m. Sundays to Thursday and 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday.
So you're saying that what they're presenting is less than what they're actually allowed?
So in this particular case, the contemplated action from the SLA committee is that they would be eligible we would consider waiving an appearance before us if they continue to agree to the stipulations that are in place.
Okay.
The seating.
What was the number of tables and chairs again, please?
The maximum was 8 tables and 16 seats in the application that's in front of us. It's 5 tables.
Yeah.
Okay. So we received, now I know why. We received a revised site plan from them, which you see here, and I must just put it in there twice, but we also received one today. This is the original. I kept the original one in here. That's what that's all about. And then we received one today, which also shows the roadway. So we'll ask the applicant if there's something different on there. Again, it's hard the day of to get these into our presentation deck. Okay, is there anyone here from the public in the room to speak on this application? Is there anyone online to speak on, let me look at can someone help me look at the form? Because I'm gonna keep calling like I'm asking people to.
I don't know how to access the form. Where is the form?
It's in one of the Google Doc links where I link to the spreadsheet.
Okay.
It has who signed up, yeah.
Yeah.
So in the room.
In the room.
Oh, okay.
Is
Great.
everybody in the room?
Yeah. Either chair.
Yeah, Augustine Hope, West Village residents. I just wanted a clarification on the last bullet point there. November 1st, 2024, enclosed sidewalk cafes are not allowed. My understanding is they've never been allowed throughout the pandemic. Could you clarify that for me?
So what we are talking about is we are not talking about any sort of like, all I'm talking about is someone who is putting up 3 walls and a roof and it's closed for winterizing. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about specifically that the Dining Out NYC rules, I don't like what was before is really, doesn't matter at this point.
From November 1st forward.
From November 1st forward, if you have, that's all that.
It will apply on another one, but thank you.
Okay.
So that applies.
Great. And so this is to Andrea. I don't have anyone else on Zoom that signed up for this one's particular. I do see.
Nor on paper.
Nor on paper. I do see Leslie Clark has her hand raised, so I will call if I have not called on you to speak on this application, please raise your hand. So can someone promote Leslie?
Okay.
Hello? And does anyone know if the applicant is here?
Audio, sorry, now can you hear me?
Yes.
Now, okay, I just want to focus on, I don't need to say anything. You have answered my question, which is this and a couple of others are fully enclosed sidewalk cafes. I wanted to note that, and that I am glad that you have got clarification from Dining Out New York that this is not allowed. And I hope that that will mean that this application cannot go forward until they have taken it down. Thank you.
Got it. So, I mean, there is a slide at the end about in our appendix that I have about what corrective actions are. So if it was filed today, then the applicant licensing has 30 days to correct that before it becomes a summons. And there's a whole set of what that process is on the Dining Out NYC website. So that is what that is. Okay, is there anyone else to speak on this application I have not called on? Okay, is the applicant here?
Yes, we're here.
Okay, great.
Hi, Ben Savitsky from Bernstein, Rado and Savitsky. We could change the measurements to make sure that they are all in the correct format. That's not a problem at all. I think the enclosure is just I think it's an exaggerated storm enclosure, but I think we could correct that as well. And I think those were really the only two issues that you had. Am I correct about that?
So let me go back to my screen share.
I think, hi Ben, good to see you. I think on the storm enclosure that they're limited to 25 square feet.
We'll take care of that.
Put down computers and everything.
Let me go
And
back.
Carter, I have on the resolution from CB2 for the liquor license that we had until 11 p.m. on the Sidewalk Cafe. And you're correct that we are asking for less seats in the Sidewalk Cafe than we were actually permitted when we went for that.
When I'll just double check to see what there's two sets of stipulations. I'm looking at the March 2020. And that indicates 10 p.m. Sunday to Thursday and 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday.
We'll figure that out.
Okay. So is my screen shared? Can you see my screen, Benjamin? So what I will do is we will send these to you in a proposed modifications form within the next 24 to 48 hours, because we do have a turnaround of a pretty quick turnaround on these applications being heard tonight to get them for our full board. So we will be emailing these to you.
The only other thing I would ask is that we did include, we did submit at the same time to DOT our roadbed seating as well, which does not appear to be on this agenda. I don't know if that was considered.
So that was not considered this evening. They sometimes DOT will refer both applications to us at the same time, like the same applicant has a roadway application and a sidewalk cafe application. That's not always the case. Sometimes, like, we may get referred that application next week, which is inconvenient for everyone, right? It's another appearance, it's another thing. So we don't have the application in front of us to send it. Thank you for sending the updated site plan that does have that in there. But we received it today and it's not on our agenda. So
I understand. I mean, that's DOT not issuing it to you. And the updated site plan just was an enlarged diagram so that you could see it. I don't think there was anything different on it.
Okay.
We'll take back these notes and we'll be in touch. Okay.
Okay. Stella, Ben, wait 1 second. Stella, did you have something?
Yes, we didn't discuss further how the Sidewalk Cafe is not ADA accessible. And I don't believe that your sidewalk width would allow the Sidewalk Cafe to be wide enough to be ADA accessible. Valerie, if you want to back up to the site plan.
Sure.
Yeah, we're gonna have to speak to DOT about that because the information that we got from DOT was that as long as part of it was accessible, that it was permitted.
Right, I don't
Meaning
see
the
part of it.
part that is accessible would be the the entrance area where you could fit a wheelchair. There you go.
But it's not 36 inches. It's not
Right.
36 inches.
I understand that what you're talking about is a different set of rules that DOT doesn't actually identify that. They refer you to somewhere else. But the information that we got from DOT was that it was permitted. But we'll check with DOT on that.
Sure, because in the DOT dining out rules, it does defer to ADA for sidewalk and roadway cafes.
Which is just 5%.
Yeah, I mean, it can just be the next to the doorway, that part interpretation, I think we all agree on. The problem here is that it's not the 36 inches, the width of this. And that's also because now you're dealing with the 10-foot instead of the, 8-foot. So.
Right. And I also want to mention, so it's noted on the site plan and we have the same measurement that the sidewalk width to the back of the curb is 12 feet 5 inches, which means that your sidewalk width is 2 feet 5 inches, which is only 29 inches. And the standard wheelchair is 30 inches wide. So because we'll have the perimeter demarcation there at no greater than 29 inches out from the storefront, a wheelchair would not be able to fit within the designated space.
Thank you. We'll get clarification from DOT on that.
Okay.
I think the problem, Ben, is that they defer elsewhere. And this is
Hot
the
potato.
open issue with some of the problems as this is figured out.
I completely understand, and I know that we're at the early stages of this, so it's all going to be a little bit confusing right now. And the same as Michael Kelly said, you get information from DOT, we get information from DOT. Often it doesn't match. I'm sure you have the more updated information if you asked recently, but we'll go back and we'll check as well.
Okay.
And I sent you a copy of the stipulations.
Thank you, and I'll double check.
Archer?
Yeah, Valerie. Also, I was reading on the outdoor dining website that the restaurant staff have to be able to serve patrons from within the Sidewalk Cafe, and that they're not supposed to use the sidewalk to serve patrons. So in that case, this also doesn't allow for wait staff to pass by. Would it, like, this would be too tight?
Right. We do have the understanding, that is correct, Arturo. We do have the understanding that at the entrance, they can serve over. But again, that really doesn't allocate for those tables that are further away from the entrance. So that is a good point. Great. Michael, if you have any, or Benjamin, if you have any response to that. If not, we're going to move on to the next application.
We fully expect that all the service will be from within the Sidewalk Cafe and that servers will not be reaching over, and we will make sure that there is a clear aisle for them to do that. But thank you for the note.
Okay, thanks.
I
All right,
also
so
put the excerpt of standing out NYC rules in the chat that mentions ADA for sidewalk cafes.
thank you. All right, so next we're going to go to, you think I would have this agenda memorized by now. Okay, so next we have Numinosity LLC, DBA Jack's wife Freda, which is at 226 Lafayette Street. So okay, so this is the plan. This was referred to us on Monday, November.
Valerie muted in the CB2. Okay, you're better.
Must be, all right, I won't make a comment about it. Okay, so the site plan is here. This was referred to us in the package we received on Monday, November 25th. Here's the form and some photos about the Siamese connection that is not on there. The sidewalk width that needs to be adjusted. So let's just go through the modifications. Add the Siamese connection south of the service door ramp to the site plan. Check the S27 Siamese connection checkbox on page 2 of the site plan form and indicate a 5-foot clearance adhered by filling out the form. It says filing, but you can file the form, but filling out the form with the measurement listed for S27. Reduce the sidewalk cafe length to accommodate the required 5-foot clearance for Siamese connections. Adjust the width of the sidewalk from 16 feet 6 inches to 15 feet 9 inches, which adheres to the correct measurement of sidewalks per Dining Out NYC rules. If you were not with us before on the first application, I pointed out the step-by-step of what a sidewalk is defined as in the Dining Out NYC rules, that it says everything but the curb, and that the clear path is defined as the sidewalk, which is, again, does not include the curb. And I've also defined what the curb is. And also check the S14 checkbox for the streetlight. Thank you for including it on the site plan, but you have not checked the checkbox on the site plan form, so it is not complete and accurate. And also indicate the measurement. And then, sorry, I have all these like different things that clutter my screen where I can't see the full screen, and it makes it quite annoying to deal with. There we go. Adjust the location of the restaurant entrance to the accurate location on the site plan and add a north arrow to the site plan. Again, pleased with the north arrows. It is required on these drawings, and it's we are constantly getting referred drawings from DOT that do not have north arrows, and so much of our comments deal with cardinal directions that it becomes very confusing when we start having to say the left and the right. So with that, is there anyone here to speak? Then when I'm asking that, that's really giving me a second to go look at the spreadsheets. I'm calling for anyone from the public to speak on this application. So I see that Laura Tenenbaum has signed up to speak on this application, as well as Pete Davies. And then they are on Zoom. So if someone, is there anyone in the room here to speak on that? So if we could elevate them as well as Michael. Michael, we will have you speak after the public testimony. So can I call on Laura Tenenbaum to speak?
Can I just point out the SLA stipulations really?
Sure.
The SLA stipulations say that, that there would be no more than 6 tables and 4 seats for the sidewalk, and that they will close at 10 p.m. all nights.
That also conforms to the old Sidewalk Cafe plan pre-COVID.
So to be clear, you're letting the applicant know about the stipulations that are with the SLA committee because hours are not adjudicated in this committee, correct? Great. So as a 612, has anyone raised Laura or Pete Davies?
Laura's ready to talk.
Okay, one second, Laura. So you said how many tables?
6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, this-
14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, so 18 tables. Okay. Laura, the floor is yours.
Hi, I sent you photographs. I noticed you did point out that the measurement of the width of the sidewalk was off, and that was one of the things, but I wanted to talk. I know that subway, that there's about, I don't even know where to start. There isn't, from experiencing the location here, it's very crowded. You saw the photographs of the people they have lined up outside almost every day, which really reduces the space for pedestrians. There's nothing that I can see that deals with that. And I don't know whether you can talk to them about that, or that's going to have to wait until it goes to the SLA committee talking about quality of life issues. But it's a real problem. They constantly put their, as you can see from the photographs, they put their own street furniture out in the pedestrian walkway area, signs that say wait for seating, things along those lines. And from a practical perspective, and you can see from the photograph I sent you of the people's feet, it's less than 1.5 feet from the subway grate on the west side of the grate towards the building. So that people like me who might be walking with a cane and really can't go on the subway grate, or in the winter time when it gets very slippery, we only have a 1.5 feet to walk in, and we're contending with wait staff when that happens.
About 9 seconds left.
Staff are in that area.
Okay, when you say the pedestrian walkway, are you talking specifically about like this furnishing zone, or are you talking about here?
I'm talking about, well, you saw the photograph, but I'm talking about right in front of the entrance to the building.
Right here.
There, when you go towards a curb, they always have things that say.
Right here?
Yeah.
In the furnishing zone.
Something out there that says wait to be seated.
Okay.
And then the line of people goes north to the, well, it's all over. As you can see from the photograph, it's kind of a mob sometimes.
Okay,
but
so
it can be like 20, 30 people waiting outside there.
Right, line management is a tough thing for operators, especially in our neighborhood for our popular establishments.
I kind of hope that canvas rail is going to help, because there isn't one there now.
Mm-hmm.
And that will help perhaps keep a little more space for those of us who don't want to, be on top of the subway when the train passes by and the stink comes up.
Right.
So,
all right. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I think that's primarily it. I'm not against the application. I think it brings an amenity to the community, but that's a problem.
Right. So just so everyone knows, there is somebody will put the link in the chat for our feedback form, which mirrors the feedback form that we send back into to DOT. So pedestrian flow is one of the 3 areas that we look at. We look at physical footprint and dimensions. We look at existing curb use and pedestrian flow. So that's very much a comment to be made, especially if they're putting something in the furnishing zone.
And may I point out that even one of the photographs that they gave in their application shows people walking in the street, which is something that to get around there. Not crossing the street, but walking in the street. And
Okay.
that's
Thank you, Laura.
that often
Sorry,
happens.
Laura, we've got to go. We've got 15 more of these. Thank you. So next I have Pete Davies for 2 minutes, and then I see a Dean on here. Dean, if you're the owner or the applicant, we are going to ask you to speak when we call for the applicants or owners. So next I have Pete Davies. Is someone elevated Pete?
I allowed him to talk.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Yes, backing up what Laura said about the sidewalk, the subway grates, is there any, I'm not asking for an answer right now, but at the end of my 2 minutes, is there any guidance from DOT about subway grates and how those impact the pedestrian passageway? Also, the setup they're showing, we're seeing here in this photo, is a very charming way they do this with all the seats facing out, but that is not what their diagram shows, what they are going to do in the future. They show they are going to have seats facing each other, and they also show that they are going to have their pedestrian pass, the space for the waiter service against the building. You can see that on their diagram in the what they submitted, but that is not the way it's set up now. And that is not the way it's set up in this photograph. The photograph shows that rear row of tables all the way against the building. The diagram indicates that that entire length along the frontage of the building will be the service passageway. So that needs, I think, clarification. And then finally, at the corner, they're now showing a 6'6" clearance area with no tables or anything. Right now, that does have some setups. The concern is that when you remove those setups from that corner area, that is where the bicycles for delivery, which are now parked at the curb, will take over that space. And I don't know if outdoor dining has any guidelines or controls in regard to the delivery that a restaurant will be doing. So those are my areas of concern. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Next we have, my laptop is disconnected from the internet. So can someone look at who's next to speak on this one? I think, is there anyone from the public on Zoom that wishes to speak that I did not call from? Not the applicant, not the owner yet. Anyone in the room? Okay. So I think we had Michael had his hand raised. And I think if Dean is here, would also like to promote Dean, if there's someone named Dean. I'm back. Do we have anyone from the applicant here? Or the owner that signed up?
Dean, I promoted.
Yeah.
Hi, Michael.
Maya, is Maya the other
Hi.
one?
Look at it, my video working.
I ask if you're not speaking that you mute yourself. I can't really see because I've got like all these things up here.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah.
All right, so Dean is with me. We will remove the sign that's there. There will be stanchions to keep the cafe in place. These are COVID seating, which is not going to be what it looks like. When we did the stipulation with the 6 tables and 12 seats, that was for the open restaurant seating program. And I will talk to Dean about that because obviously there's more than 6 tables and 12 seats out there. As to the subway grates, we're 3 feet 11 inches away from them. And if you have any other questions for us, I will add the Siamese connection onto the plan. That's not a problem. And take the curb off the measurement of the sidewalk.
Okay, we'll send these lists. I'm sorry, yeah?
Yeah, I was, are you guys, hi Dean, hi Maya, it's always good to see you guys. Thanks for being here. Are you going to adhere to this setup? And I ask because the city has its verbiage and the liquor authority has their verbiage. And I put it in the chat. And the liquor authority actually requires a clear site plan with the tables and chairs and how they're going to be orientated. And you are one of the few businesses that's done a little bit different type of seating arrangements. And so I just want to make sure we're clear as to how the seating is going to be arranged, or when you come back, change your liquor license, if there's going to be a separate seating arrangement.
This will be the new seating arrangement.
Okay, I just, you know, it's okay. It just needs to fit and we need the proper diagram. I'm just bringing that to everybody's attention. Says, you know, we're not averse to it. Just now's the time to be doing that.
Yeah, it's probably going to get a little smaller because of the Siamese connection. Probably losing 2 tables and 4 seats.
Okay. All right, is there anything else?
Valerie, can I?
Yes.
Valerie, you had an image in here that showed the 9 feet 11 inches. And it showed it in perspective of the corner. Going a little bit more. Right there. Okay, so I just want to call out, and I think that this is important for Carter's question as well, because the current diagram site plan shows that the northern portion of the Sidewalk Cafe is only going to be 9 feet 11 inches. And on the diagram, it seems like that takes up the entire north half of the storefront. But in reality, it does not. So I think if you want to revise your diagram to also include the full, make it to scale, basically, that would be a good thing to do now and not end up in a confusing situation later.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. That's all we have on that one. Okay. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Maya and Dean. Okay, so next we have Juicerie, Nolita, DBA, The Butcher's Daughter. There are 2 applications. It's 2 separate businesses and frontages. So this is for the sidewalk application that ends in 003.
Which storefront?
That's mid-block.
This one, did I do that right? It was really confusing. So do I have this correct for 003?
Hold on, let me double check. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Okay, so 003, a form. So this is what we came up with. Again, the sidewalk width, as it's stated, is not presented correctly. It's measuring the curb. So this is we're asking for the sidewalk width to be reduced from 19 feet to 18 feet 1 inch, which adheres to the correct measurement of sidewalks per Dining Out NYC rules, and update this on the site plan. Adjust the width of the sidewalk cafe, because once you adjust the sidewalk width, again, this is what makes this misinterpretation of the sidewalk width and how it's measured kind of a whole process, because it then is a cascading effect. So then adjusting the width of the sidewalk cafe to 8 feet 1 inch to comply with the required 10-foot clear path. adding the sidewalk cafe width to the site plan drawing. I believe it's at the bottom of the drawing, but it is not on the actual like it's here at the bottom, but it's not actually written here on the plan. And then adding again the north arrow to the site plan. It's like my sing song here. So with that, is there anyone from the public, which means looking at is there anyone here to speak about this? Does the committee have anything else to add to this? Sorry, before I go to the public.
I mean, yeah, they have stipulations with no more than 18 tables and 36 patron seats, and the Sidewalk Cafe closes at 10 p.m. And yeah.
Okay.
So it complies with that.
Yes.
Okay.
The diet.
So this application, they continue to agree to that, would be eligible for a waiver when we institute that process.
Right.
Great. Okay, I don't see anyone signed up on Zoom to speak about this application. Is there anyone in the room that is here to speak on this application? Okay. Anything else from the committee on this one? Okay. And then we have the next one, which is Juicerie Nolita LLC, DBA The Butcher's Daughter at 18 Kenmare, Sidewalk Cafe application 159. So there were some interesting things brought up on this one. There's also an original site plan pre-pandemic that I think is important for the committee to discuss. I did not put it in the slide deck, but I can certainly pull it up. So there are, yes. So let's just go. I did not add them to the proposed modifications, but we'll add them in at the end. So on this one, we are asking the proposed modifications to be labeling the primary. Wait, I didn't ask if the applicant was here on the other one. Sorry, let me reopen that. Sorry, I'm going a little fast. Is the applicant here for?
See her here.
I assume it'd be the same one. I don't think we got an RSVP.
Oh, no, she is here.
Okay, for Enid?
I have Heather Tierney. That's the.
Oh, okay.
Principal.
Okay, should we talk about both and then have address? Okay.
Yeah, I just raised her as a panelist.
Okay. Did I go for the modifications on the line? Yes, okay. Okay, so on 159, our proposed modifications. Hi, Heather, we're calling you in just a second. Label the primary building entrance for residential tenants of 19 Kenmare Street to the south on the site plan. Show the 5-foot clearance from this primary building entrance to the sidewalk cafe set up on the site plan. Reduce the sidewalk cafe length from 42 feet 5 inches to 35 feet 6 inches. Again, because of the primary building entrance 5-foot clearance. Adding a pedestrian ramp on Elizabeth Street to the site plan and show the required 10-foot clearance for the clear path on the site plan in conjunction with the pedestrian ramp. Reduce the sidewalk width from 19 feet to 18 feet 6 inches, which adheres to the correct measurement of the sidewalks per Dining Out NYC rules, and update on the site plan. Adjust the width of the sidewalk cafe from 8 feet 6 inches to comply missing a 2 here, with the required 10-foot clear path. Add the primary building entrance to the south of the restaurant. Update the sidewalk cafe width at the bottom of page 1 of the site plan form. And then add a north arrow to the site plan. So with that, is there anyone from the public here to speak on either application for 19 for the Juicerie Nolita, The Butcher's Daughter, at either sidewalk application 003 or sidewalk application 159? I don't think I had anyone on Zoom.
Don't see anybody sign.
Okay, Heather, hi.
Hi there.
How are you? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
So what we presented, so we just went over both, and like we have some photographs, but these are really, just so people know that we will mark when photographs are submitted by the applicant. If they have measurements on them like this, they're usually from the committee and especially with this designation on here. So again, yeah, so we presented 2 sets of modifications. So we will, if you have any comments on these, we can go through them. I can bring the other ones up. So this is the sidewalk 003, the modifications that we're asking. And so the way that the process works is we will send a 1-page a document, a proposed modifications form for each application that lists the separate modifications for each. It is up to you, your choice, if you so choose to agree to them. Agreement to the modifications includes signing and notarize the form, the modifications form, and also sending in an updated site plan for each. So it's kind of like a package deal for each application. So any questions from the committee to the applicant on this application, or any comments, Heather, you have for us?
I mean, I'm okay with all these modifications. We were emailing with Nina on removing a table next to the grate, or the sidewalk grate, or the door rather, which we agreed to remove, but all of these sound standard. I'm okay with all these.
So where are we landing? Right, and Donna, you had wanted to bring up something about this.
So those 2 tables there are outside of your restaurant frontage and onto the sidewalk. And I don't think you have the 10-foot clearance. It looks like it says 9 there to that actual one.
To the ramp?
To the ramp. Yeah.
That's actually the front step, but we don't have a table there, and we can take that off the plan. We would never put a table there because that's the flow of traffic.
So those 2 tables on the far left are not on the plan anymore?
No, we'll remove them if they're still on the plan. We don't ever seat them. We don't ever put them out.
Right, and then the other one that has that 9-foot issue also is that one on the corner.
This one.
This one we can check. I don't think we have either of those tables in the triangle area. But what we could do is get rid of that one that's closer to the sidewalk in the angle. Yeah, the one you're pointing to.
Okay.
And if we have to move it towards table, I can't see right here, but just move it closer to the restaurant.
Okay, any other comments on that okay. Heather, anything else for us?
Nope, these sound
okay.
totally doable.
Okay, so we will get back to you with those forms. And again, I try to mark and remind people about filling out the checkbox. So if there's anything on there, just to take a look at that. I think okay. I think it'll be labeling the one primary building entrance will need to go on one of those plans. So again, thank you so much. Appreciate you appearing.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have Cantiere. Arturo, you had your hand raised.
No, it was the same comment that Donna made about the 9 versus 10-foot clearance on the corner tables.
Okay, thank you. So next we have Cantiere Hambirreria at 41 Kenmare Street, 10012 for a sidewalk cafe. So this is the plan. This application was referred to us on Monday, November 25th. And I have a timer for myself. And here it is. Again, we have another residential lobby marked here and maybe a potential entrance here, but this definitely needs to be marked as a primary building entrance. So again, here are the modifications, and I don't know if the applicant is here or not. So someone could be checking on that. So relabel the residential lobby to primary building entrance on the site plan. Check the S22 checkbox for primary building entrance on page 2 of the site plan form and add the clearance listed from the site plan to the form. Reduce the sidewalk width from 18 feet 6 inches to 18 feet 1 inch, which adheres to the correct measurement of sidewalks per Dining Out NYC rules, and update on the site plan. Adjust the width of the sidewalk cafe to 8 feet 1 inch to comply with the required 10-foot clear path, adjust the east portion, sidewalk cafe setup, length width to 7 feet 2 inches, 7 by 8 feet 1 inch, and add the north arrow to the site plan. So with that, does the committee have anything else to add to this? Any comments from the committee?
Valerie, I have a question.
Yeah.
So the western portion, sorry, I'm just looking. The western portion that is on the platform, is that?
Right. We do have to address that. Yes. So I did not address that. So again, I do have a section on platforms. Thank you. I knew that this was going to come up. So today we got clarification on platforms. So let me just go to that because I forgot to have a whole thing where, okay, platforms and sidewalk cafes. Okay, great. So again, in the rules, section 511, this is page 19 of 31 of the Dining Out NYC rules. A sidewalk cafe other than an enclosed sidewalk cafe, which is a pre-pandemic term. It is not something that was created after March 16th, 2020, shall be level with the sidewalk, no platforms, flooring, or other ground coverings, which includes rugs, artificial turfs, etc., are permitted. I almost said astroturf. So again, today we had clarification on just confirming that a platform, this is an example that someone had sent in to us today, and just confirming that platforms are not allowed. Yes, so again, this is an answer to a specific one here, but again, there are no platforms with sidewalk cafes. So
Valerie, do you want to show a picture of the platform that we're talking about?
yeah, I don't know if maybe you can share because I don't know. Let me see if I put those images in or not. I don't remember if I did. Maybe I did. No, let me go up. I don't think I put any images in this one.
I'll share my.
Okay, I'll stop the share.
Okay, so this is the platform that we're referring to. This is the eastern portion, which is flush with the sidewalk here, and then this is the raised portion. And beside it are 3 ramps. These 2 over here and over here have hatches on them. This is the ramp that goes into the building. And then this is the raised platform.
Okay. Are there any other comments from the committee on this one?
They're not allowed to have
seating on a platform, right? So yeah, so no, so that'll be one of the.
And just, there's also an existing liquor license restriction on closing at 10 p.m. for the exterior.
Okay.
And no roadbed sitting.
I do not know if. I don't know if they've applied for roadbed or not, but we can ask, because I think Michael is on this one. Is there anyone here from the public to speak about this application? Is there anyone in the room, Brian, to speak on this application that signed up?
No.
Okay.
Nobody on Zoom either.
Okay. Michael, what's up?
Yes.
Hi.
How are you? Yeah, we know about, she knows about the platform. I told her this early in it, and we would be closing at 10 p.m. And there is no roadbed seating.
Okay, so
this will be eligible for a waiver for the SLA side of things, if that's corrected.
Yep. So just so we're clear, that means like there's only seating on the eastern portion?
No, there'll be seating on both sides, but the platform's coming down.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, the owner already knows about it. I told her in the beginning.
Okay. Stella, any comments on that?
No comment.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. We will send these modifications your way. Okay, so next we have, let me go back to my. Officina 1397 LLC, DBA Bar Pisellino. Okay. Right now I can't see. Wait, oh, I think I shared without sharing my screen. Michael, is this your application as well or no? It is, right?
Yes.
Okay. Good. All right. You really got a package deal here tonight.
Well, you're gonna be seeing me a lot in the future.
That's all right.
I have about 70 more to go.
All right. Sounds like us. Okay, so, and then some. Okay, so we have the site plan here. This was referred to us on November 25th. And, okay, so we have a couple modifications on this one, adding the primary building entrance for 100A 7th Avenue South, which is also known as the Playhouse, which is south of the establishment to the site plan, or adding that to the site plan, hence my commas, breaking that off, and label it as a primary building entrance on the site plan, showing the 5-foot clearance for this primary building entrance to the sidewalk cafe setup on the site plan, checking S22 checkbox for primary building entrance on page 2 of the site plan, and adding the clearance listed from the site plan to the form. Reduce the sidewalk cafe link to adhere to the 5-foot clearance for the primary building entrance, and update on site plan drawing and at the bottom of the site plan to ensure the numbers are the same in both places. Reducing the sidewalk width from 18 feet 6 inches to 18 feet 1 inch. Is this correct? I feel like I don't have.
I have that the width can be 7 feet, not 7 feet 2 inches.
Okay.
Which is what was originally on the site plan.
Okay, do I have that slide correct? So let's see, because I feel like you said the width was
7 feet.
Okay. For the sidewalk, no, for the cafe.
The cafe.
Okay. I think I have it right on the form, but not on this. So 7 feet 6 inches? No.
It's 7 feet in the diagram, and as it should be. In the text beneath, it says 7 feet 6 inches, but that is incorrect. It should just be 7 feet.
On the form. Okay. Okay. What about the sidewalk width?
I'm looking at Brian had measurements. Let me see. Brian's measurement of the, and Brian, if you just want to speak for yourself, please go ahead.
Oh, I got 19 feet 9 inches as a total sidewalk width.
Versus what's on the plan? Sorry, it's just very small. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Is there anyone here from the public to speak on this application?
Wait, Valerie, one more thing about the cafe length. Brian measured the distance from the primary building entrance to the south. And correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, I think that your proposal was that the cafe length reduces from 40 feet wide to 37.
Yes, the measurement that I took was from playhouse door to approximately the center of the pilaster, which is where the applicant showed the dimension of the cafe to the center of that pilaster. At any rate, we do need a 5-foot clear from the playhouse door. So that would, according to my measurement, push the cafe over 3 feet to get a 5-foot clear.
Okay. So from 40 to 36, 40 to 37. I just didn't hear it.
37.
37, okay. And then, we didn't have a change on the sidewalk width?
Well, 19.9 would.
Oh, right.
3-inch difference.
Okay. Okay. Do you have anyone here from the public to speak on this?
Before we go, this,
Yeah.
this has a specific restriction that no liquor, or there shouldn't be a sidewalk cafe operated until they return and file to add it. So they can't serve liquor outside until it's specifically added to the license.
Okay. Okay, great. So let's see, online, we have,
Just promoted Susan Ginsburg.
okay.
Finalist.
Would like to say that I would welcome this. It would be, I think, a great addition to 7th Avenue South, which has always been a bit of a problem. And the sidewalk's very wide, and I think it would just be good. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you.
Mm.
And
I just elevated Leslie Clark. I don't hand up.
okay, and is there anyone in the room here to speak on this application?
No.
Yeah, can I take a comment on it from the Zoom?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll make my comments brief. I have a question really, which is I walked by and I took photographs. I'm very sorry, Valerie and other members of the committee, that it took me, I came back at 5 and sent them to you, what it looks like now. I don't know whether this is a storm enclosure or not, but this Sidewalk Cafe, which is at that corner, is completely covered and completely enclosed. And the other thing, as I said, I sent you pictures. I don't know whether you call this a storm enclosure or you call it an enclosed sidewalk cafe, but it's enclosed. And the other thing is that what they call the overhead covering is supported has supports that are drilled and bolted into the sidewalk. And I sent you those photographs too. I just wanted to raise a question of whether this is allowed under the rules and whether this should be addressed in this application.
So you cannot have anything bolted to the sidewalk. That is.
Hold
This is
on,
not the
let's-
application.
Yeah, this is not the correct application. This is for the space to the south of the liquor store.
Okay,
With
that's a
same
different
name.
one then.
Yes.
Yes,
And what's the other one? So they've got Bar Pisellino on both sides. It says Bar Pisellino on both
Yes.
sides of the liquor store.
Yes.
That's correct. But
All
it's
right.
two separate premises, two separate applications.
All right, thank you. I will come back with my comments on the next one, which is that there is an enclosure there, but thank you.
Okay, thanks. Is there anyone else? Okay, Michael.
No comment.
Okay. All right, anything else on this application? Michael. Question. Sorry, you just have to unmute.
You have to unmute.
To the part that Leslie was talking about that's closer in, is there, at the corner, thank you for giving me the words. Should we be expecting an application for that space from this applicant?
Yes, and I will be talking to her about the enclosure.
Okay, thank you.
I wrote it down.
Okay. Okay, thanks. I don't know if we want to include that in a modification or not to be in compliance with the rules, which includes the enclosures. I don't know, just kind of we can talk about it in business session. Okay, so next we have, I'll have to share my screen in a second. Oh, I did have some other photographs here. Which there is, I guess we can quickly.
Is that
right?
Cafe Cluny.
Hold on one second.
So that
looks
is-
like they're
About to
looks like
build
a-
a.
Yeah, so Michael, if you're still with us, that looks like the early stages of an enclosure here.
I see it.
And you're not allowed to drill into the sidewalk. I mean.
I don't know. I mean, like, again, it's just what's in the rules.
There was nothing there Sunday. It was clear.
No, it wasn't.
Who said that? Michael? Oh. I don't know who was speaking. Okay, all right, so just wanted to show you that. Okay, thank you. And next we will go, yeah, here we go, that fun thing. Okay, Wagawongawitz LLC, DBA Cafe Cluny, 284 West 12th Street, 10014. So.
This is Michael also.
I don't have it memorized just yet,
Okay.
so. That's number 8, that's number 7. Okay, so number 8. Okay, okay, so we have, this was an updated site plan submitted to CB2 on Friday, December 6th. And we have this. I guess I put it in there twice. I think I meant to put the old one as well, but I guess I didn't. Okay, so we have proposed modifications. If you have a conversation, if you could please have it out here. So proposed modifications for West 12th Street, relabeling the neighbor entrance again as a primary building entrance, residential lobby, existing residential lobby, neighbor entrance. It's a primary building entrance. It requires requirements. So please call it that in the site plan. So please show the 5-foot clearance from this primary building entrance to the sidewalk cafe setup on the site. Check the S22 checkbox for primary building entrance on page 2 of the site plan form and add the clearance listed there. Reduce the sidewalk cafe length on West 12th Street to adhere to the 5-foot clearance for the primary building entrance. Update on the site plan drawing as well as at the bottom of the site plan and make sure both numbers match up. Adjust the sidewalk width on West 12th Street from 15 feet 11 inches to 15 feet 6 inches. And on West 4th Street, add the sidewalk width measurement for West 4th Street sidewalk to the site plan. It is 10 feet. Show the 5-foot clearance. Nope, I must have doubled up on that one. Because I don't think there's do we add a primary building entrance on West 4th Street, Stella?
No. I'm
Okay.
checking to make sure that there isn't another clearance we meant instead of that. No.
Okay, so I will adjust that and adjust that on the modifications. And then I think I just kept the West 12th thing. Was there anything else on West 4th Street we needed to change?
So there's no seating on West 4th. Is that correct?
There shouldn't be.
And then why do I have both? Because there was
Have seating on, I mean, they're proposing seating on West 4th.
Yeah.
They are, okay.
Yeah.
Can you
Sorry.
share your screen again?
You want me to share my screen?
Site plan?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Hold on. Okay. Let me give you. Okay.
Do you have a slide with the seating on West 4th?
I see there's two.
Oh, that's what it was.
Two sections.
There we go. That's why I have 2 plans in there. Okay, so there's the West 4th and then West 12th.
So could you just repeat what the sidewalk width is, the adjusted one, the modification?
I think they just don't have it labeled on there. It was nothing to change, it just wasn't labeled. I think it's labeled on West 12th, but it's not labeled on West 4th.
Okay, so what is the sidewalk?
10
feet.
0 inches.
Okay, so that leaves them 2 feet for these tables.
Correct.
And they say, and it's Brian and I discussed when we measured in person together, because of the clearance from the 8 feet or the 8 feet clearance from the tree pit, to which you can see in the photo there, they're proposing 1 foot 9 inches of sidewalk width.
I mean, either way, I went out also and measured it tonight. It's the way this is how it's set up. In practicality for now, you can, but you need a demarcation and you need somebody to be able to serve in there. And it's 8 feet right now from the curb exactly to the table. I think that's what you got.
Well, and
so it's not going to work. I mean, if it's a 10-foot sidewalk, you have 2 feet, you need to put a demarcation in there. It's just not going to work.
Well, there's a whole 88 thing if we're
Right,
to look at that unilaterally.
All of it.
Well, actually, I think that the ADA.
Oh, because
requirement
of West Fourth.
can be met
Okay, with West Fourth, that's right,
West
that's
Fourth.
right.
But there's the practical consideration of just movement in service within the allowed box within on West Fourth where the seating can exist. Because unless they switch to narrower tables and not the word the table please, but to get the space and including the barrier within that, that would be right up against the table. So the depiction on this diagram, and this goes to, because this application will have to return to our SLA licensing committee. This depiction here is not realistic. And as I posted in the chat, the liquor authority requires
Are you talking about a specific site plan I can pull up?
You just had it.
Oh, what? Oh, that. Okay.
So that picture, you know, that is, those tables are from what Stella and Donna and Brian had said are 24 inches. And from the SLA guidance, which I had posted in the chat, they require the specific depiction of the tables and chairs, which is a little different than what the dining out requires, but this wouldn't meet that requirement because you'd have no way to access these tables and chairs once you put the barrier up.
Right, which.
Because you can't access through the barriers. So this, to me, seems like it's an unrealistic presentation. And it may have a problem, not just here, but also as we.
This being the
liquor,
presentation.
right, as we go to the liquor authority, because that depiction, and I can't quite see what it says on the oh, I guess that's the existing awning, but it doesn't talk about where the barriers are, how you would get to the tables or anything else. So this is a setup where we have an application before us, but it's not practical. I mean, it's not practical because it's not feasible.
Right.
Right, and
it's gonna be a problem that will also come up
Again.
at the other agency, which they would have to go to
Serve liquor.
So to be, so just so I'm on the same page here also, for any sidewalk cafe to be operating right now to follow the rules and dining out NYC would need to have a perimeter demarcated. Is that correct? So just going to point that out. Okay, so next, okay, so that is, you have one more point
to the west 12th Street side.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, so let me go to the points. Okay, so relabeling the neighbor entrance as a primary building entrance, which is west of the establishment. I think I read all these already, but is there any changes to, I really don't want to read them again.
No, we didn't make any changes. There are more though.
Okay, then what are they? Because that's all I have on here.
I think one thing is so on West 12th, the sidewalk cafe width right now is 3 feet 7 inches, which is as much as it can be to maintain the 8-foot clearance. Actually, I think it should be 3 feet 6 inches.
What do I have on here?
Yeah, it should be 3. It should be, what you have is correct. On the site plan, it says 3 feet 7 inches. It should be 3 feet 6 inches because we measured the sidewalk as 15 feet 6 inches. Then subtract 8 feet pedestrian clear path. And then also the 4-foot tree pit leaves you with 3 feet 6 inches. But the other thing I was going to mention again is service aisle. We have 2 tables. I don't know that it's realistic to have a service aisle in 3 feet 6 inches. One possible remedy would be to make these 2 4-top tables 2-top tables.
Yeah, and I just want to echo what Stella's saying. I mean, this is sort of putting everything in, but it doesn't, again, work on a practical basis. Because while nobody puts in what these barriers are, the width, that if you put them in a compliant manner where you measure everything, it infringes into the space, not on the line itself. And usually there's some sort of something that keeps them from tipping over. They
have feet that jut out from the perimeter, and that becomes a tripping hazard to the clear path.
So, it's even if it's 2 inches, and this particular setup really has a significant impact. And again, you can't walk through it, and you can't access it from what would be the west side. Again, there's no compass point on this, but it would be, I believe, the west side of the.
Oh, did I not add a north arrow?
I don't see one on there. I mean.
Okay, I can add it, because if I don't add it here, then I won't make it to the form.
So you can't access the two tables on the furthest west side because the
primary entrance?
That's the primary building entrance, and there should be a barrier there.
Okay.
And if they're using the tables they have right now, they're bigger than that, but who knows?
Right. Did that make the?
That's exactly how they have them set up today. And so.
I don't think I'm showing my screen. Okay, so let me, I am. So, okay, so committee, are we ready to go to the public?
Yes.
Okay.
2 people in the room.
Okay. And then Natalia. Here. Sure.
Okay,
Hi.
thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, thanks for doing this. My name is Natalia Petrozella. I live at 308 West 4th Street. I'm here for 19 residents on the block who signed a statement, not only about Cafe Cluny, but opposing the roadway dining, which I know this is not about. We just want to say we absolutely support the Sidewalk Cafe, which is lovely and very pleasant if there's no roadway dining. As you've just pointed out, in terms of the narrowness of the sidewalk, it's a very, very narrow sidewalk. And so with a shed that prevents people from kind of moving more fluidly, it's like really impossible to have free movement there, especially with a popular restaurant like this. So all about this Sidewalk Cafe if there is no roadway shed. I don't know if there's a way to communicate that recommendation here, but that is what I come to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. There's somebody else?
Yeah, and they'd have to return. Emily's going to.
Okay. Yes. Hello.
Hi, Dustin Hope, Westville's residents. I've been in this discussion with Wagawongawitz about this, and I want to say again that the sidewalk will be so much better than the roadbed because the noise doesn't get projected into people's homes. So I don't know that there is anything that can possibly be done here in terms of a variation that would allow the sidewalk but not the roadway. But one other thing I wanted to say is that in case this comes up when the applicant talks, is that they've mentioned a petition. They had got hundreds of signatures from patrons. It's very vaguely worded. I support Cafe Cluny Community Board application for seasonal outdoor seating. There's no distinction between roadway or sidewalk. Because it says seasonal, I have to assume it's roadway. I don't think we can assume the support.
Or just, I mean, as you know, it's not a popularity contest. You either meet the rule requirements or you don't. But you bring up an interesting point. While the residents might prefer the sidewalk seating, it doesn't seem like the seating fits.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's
So-
a huge problem.
so
And it's a major
The
problem.
business operator perspective, it looks like that realistically, it's only 2 tables and 4 seats that can
Either.
physically, reasonably fit within the rules practically.
Yeah.
So that's what we're left with.
No, I understand. It's just like the roadway is absolute hell for people. A sidewalk is quite acceptable. So I don't know that one would want to create an exception in this case, but it makes one wonder, doesn't it?
And I didn't see anyone signed up on Zoom. I have not called on the applicant yet, but I've not seen any, excuse me, I have not called on the applicant yet. I don't see anyone that signed up ahead of time on Zoom. Hold on. If I have not called on you and you are from the public, not associated with the applicant or the owner of this application, of this establishment, so I guess Stephen Katz, can someone?
He's up there.
Okay. Yep, Stephen?
The
Hi,
applicant.
can you hear me?
Are you with the applicant or are you the public?
Public.
Okay.
I just want to echo what my neighbor said, which is we're vehemently opposed to the roadside sheds. But we love Cluny. They've been very considerate, much more considerate than the 3 other restaurants on the block. And if they're operating within your regulations, I support their sidewalk dining. Don't they have 2 entrances on West 4th Street that should give them some leeway? Just a question.
Yes.
Okay.
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so with that, I'm going to close.
No,
What?
Norma Cole is up there. as well.
Okay. Norma, you have 2 minutes.
I did submit some testimony in writing. If you've received that, then I have nothing to say. Also it had some photos, which I can't attach to my response yet. I hope the Geek Squad will help me to do that. So I sent them by email.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay, if we can lower this hand. Okay, so is the applicant here?
Yes.
Okay, hi, come on up. Hello.
Hi. Gina Escalante from SWA. So we will review further to see what solutions we can come up with, and we will resubmit.
Okay, so we will send you the and yes, and thank you for responding on the other one. We do appreciate that. Appreciate the updated plans. Okay.
And if you could also just keep in mind, I linked to the SLA advisory,
Yeah.
which is different.
I'm gonna attend tomorrow.
Yeah, which is different.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay, so with that,
Question.
Yeah.
Will
Sorry.
we be including reducing the West 4th or West 12th Street side to the 2 tables? Will that
that's the committee. What
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Okay.
The simple language is that due to the narrowness, the tables can only be served from a entrance door.
But even then they can't.
No.
Because there's no way for the patron to get to the interior seat.
Right.
So on West 12th or on, I'm sorry, on where, what's?
From the entrance.
No, but you can't walk if the barrier's there.
Right.
On West 12th.
Right. On West 12th, you need to have a demarcation. So once you put the demarcation in, you need to lose tables.
So are we not adding anything about tables?
We're saying that they need to remove.
Okay.
It's just not practical. But they said that
Well,
they
they
would,
can have two
they have a
tables.
new, but, I mean,
Okay.
we won't be meeting again on it.
No. Remove 2 tables as is.
They have, the,
Am I including it or not? Like, I just need the language.
but there's no practical
There
way
is.
to access.
If they.
Oh, not on this side,
I'm talking
yes.
about
Oh,
West
sorry.
12th. Yes, so on West 12th, Valerie, the modification is to remove the 2 tables on the north side, the 4 tables.
Remove 2 tables on the north side. Okay.
outer
Thank you.
tables? There's 2 rows of tables. Remove the outer row.
Tables and add the demarcation.
Right, okay. Sorry, no one else can see this. Here we go. Okay, so I added remove outer row of 2 tables on the north side and add the demarcation. Okay. And, okay, so next we're gonna go to Olio APU. Olio Restaurants LLC, DBA Olio APU, I guess I already said that. At 3 Greenwich Avenue. All right. Here is the site plan presented. This package was referred to us on, oops. It's like I either can't see the plan or I can't see Zoom. This is referred to us on Monday, December 2nd. Here is the form. And so big issues. I have not been there today, so I don't know if something has changed, but as of the creation of this presentation, roadway cafe setup was still in place 10 days after the DOT mandated November 29th, 2024 deadline to take it down. The sidewalk cafe setup is operating and not in compliance with dining out NYC rules 38 days after the DOT mandated November 1st deadline to be in compliance with those rules. And there are 2 primary building entrances not labeled on the site plan and 5-foot clearances not for each not marked on the site plan. I think I also then started to do the modifications on here because I didn't know where the committee was going to go with this. So the potential modifications, again, should we decide to elect to approve this with modifications, upon hearing from the applicant, reduce sidewalk cafe width at the west end to comply with the required 8-foot clear path from the tree bed, reduce sidewalk cafe width at the east end to comply with the required 8-foot clear path from the bike rack, and update the clearance on the site plan from 5 feet to 8 feet. Label primary building entrance located to the west of the establishment and mark the required 5-foot clearance on the site plan. And then I was curious that we didn't have on here, and I meant to ask ahead of time, about the primary building entrance that's like the plant shop. Am I?
Can you
Plant
repeat
shop
that?
is okay.
Okay, it's okay. Okay. Okay, got it. I figured there was a logic there and I just had kind of grazed over it.
I just want to raise that they have never followed the rules on a regular basis.
Okay.
With respect to operating sidewalk seating and regularly set up in front of the adjoining business, in front of it. And there's a history that we have as a board with this operator that is regularly non-compliant with their other businesses as well as this business over the years.
Okay. Again,
And you can see that just by walking by today.
And the current situation.
Okay.
Just reinforces that.
Got it. So again, I've just put up the November 1st date that anyone who is before us this evening has all applied before August 3rd, 2024. And so if you're still operating an outdoor dining setup, one, it should only be sidewalk. And if it's there should be no roadway happening at this time. We're past November 29th. Again, the removal protocol is here. It's on the DOT website. So that is the comment on there. Is there anything else that the committee wants to discuss before we go to public testimony on this application?
Maybe I missed it. Valerie, did you mention the enclosed sidewalk cafe?
I did not specifically call that out. I just said it wasn't in compliance, but that is correct. I should call that out specifically. That they are operating an enclosed sidewalk cafe. I just said that it was operating and not in compliance, but it is an enclosed sidewalk cafe specifically. So I will add that language.
Built wooden structure as opposed to.
Right. It is a wooden structure that is still up, and I'm assuming for safety reasons, probably bolted to the building and or the sidewalk to be safe and compliant. So that is an issue. Enclosed sidewalk cafes are not allowed. And this one was not an enclosed sidewalk cafe in the pre-pandemic program, to my knowledge. So thank you for that. So do we have anyone from the public that has signed up in person or on Zoom?
Yes, hang on.
So on Zoom.
I can get Leslie Clark out. And I'll keep going. So Leslie's going and then you've got.
Okay, so Leslie, 2 minutes.
Yeah, it won't take me 2 minutes. I'm just going to agree with you, but I feel so strongly about this that I have to agree with you. Yes, these people have never followed the rules. And this location, it is like walking through their restaurant. It's like walking through a gauntlet between a huge sidewalk cafe on one side that is bolted to the side, to the building and to the sidewalk, and this enormous shed that is still there weeks after it was supposed to come down. And as I think you know from Kathy Arnson, who can also speak for herself, that at night they then spread their tables in front of the florist when the florist shop closes down. They need to come into compliance with the rules. And I can't even tell from this drawing that they've given, if they're not just saying, this is our permanent enclosed sidewalk cafe. This drawing is terrible and it tells us nothing about what they plan to do, certainly within the rules. This is, I think they've given us 6 feet of sidewalk on this plan, if I'm reading it carefully. This is a terrible operator. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next we have Leslie, I think you signed up twice.
Kathy Artson.
Kathy Artson, thank you. Kathy, 2 minutes. I will start your clock when, has she been raised?
She's been raised.
Okay. Hi.
Sorry.
That's okay.
First, I want to just thank you all for this tremendous job that you all do. We really appreciate it. And I just want to echo everything Leslie said, and especially the spreading out in front of the florist at night with these big barriers from the florist that they put around, and it's just total chaos. So I really, everything that's been brought up is what's been on my mind. So thank you. That's it.
Okay, great. I don't see anyone else signed up to speak from the public on this application. Is there anyone from the public that is not the applicant or the applicant's representative or the owner that would like to speak on this application in the room or on Zoom? Okay, with that, is the applicant here?
Yes.
Hi, please come up.
Hi.
Hi.
I just have one question.
Sure.
You mentioned about the clearance on the tree bed, that it has to be more than 8 feet, or that we didn't have the 8 feet.
Stella, can you speak to that specifically?
Sure.
Showing it on the
On the site plan, it does say that there will be an 8-foot clearance with a, 12 feet, 8 inches in width. When I tried to measure that in person, I was not getting that it would be an 8 feet clearance. My measurement was 7 feet 5 inches. But again,
do you have a photo to share, Stella, or no? I don't think I added them into this one.
Yeah, it should be in
if you think it'll be helpful.
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay. So let me see. Sorry, I have to go through. Sorry, I should have given you a warning.
It's okay. I didn't flip it. Okay, I'll show it anyway, but it is flipped. Okay, so let me see. So this is when I measured the 8 feet, it gave me a remaining length of 12 feet 1 inch instead of 12 feet 8 inches. Can you see that? I think I have another one that.
I think the next one is flipped.
Oh, she's her screen now.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yep. Okay, so this one, 7 feet 5 inches when measured 12.8. So I would just want to double check that.
Okay, no, we will talk to the owner so he can comply with this on the side. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we were just a public record. His attorney told us that nothing happens at his restaurants without his specific direction. So he's fully aware of all his non-compliance and breaking the law right now.
Okay.
And you may want to communicate to him that he's also violating liquor license laws because he's not in compliance with the local rules of the city of New York.
Okay.
And this has been an ongoing issue with him. We had the same problem with him not removing structures while the city was doing work at Juicerie, which involved all of our local elected officials trying to engage with him to specifically correct that situation while there was work going on, and he did not.
Okay, I would.
Those are the types of operators that it becomes very difficult for the community to coexist with, and we have a long history of this.
Okay.
Valerie,
Yes, please wait for me to call on you, but yes, Arturo, I did see your hand raised, but go ahead.
yeah, well, it's to the point of the 8-foot clearance, because I think this is one of those situations, I can't tell from the drawing, but it looks like it might be a 20-foot or more sidewalk width in which the 50% maximum might apply. And so then it might be more than 8-foot clearance. It might be a 10-foot clearance.
That's a good point. We've got to start paying attention to that because it's the 50% or whichever is greater.
And then anyone that knows the area, like I know it's labeled as a neighborhood corridor. This is a very 5-foot traffic area. So like 8 feet is definitely not enough, even if it was within the categorized rules.
Okay. Do we have anyone else here to speak on this application?
Yeah, hi, it's Steve
Hi, Steve.
Wygoda. Hi. So Carter, you've been dealing with him. Bob Gormley's been dealing with him. I've been dealing with him. It's an old story. So we do the best we can, Carter. I'm being very frank with you.
Everybody says he's in charge. So I'll lay that specifically on him. It's not on a manager or anybody else. Even one of his employees said that to me.
Or the architect.
All right.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks. Okay, so.
Building even has a gutter on it.
Okay, so now, so we are done with this one. So next.
There's also a bike rack indicated that just says the 5-foot clearance and not the 8.
Oh, by the way, Carter, we're going to comply with everything.
I think it says.
On the resubmission. I'm sorry. We're going to comply with everything you mentioned.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Steve. You guys have been very responsive. It's very much appreciated. So Carter, to your point, Zoom folks, hold on while I share my screen again. So it is here, the required 8-foot clear path from the bike rack and update.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's one of your modifications.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So great. So now we will close that public hearing. So next we have Westville Hudson. So Jay's Nickel and Dimes Inc., DBA Westville Hudson at 333 Hudson Street, 10013. So let me do the slides. And this application was referred to us. I think Michael is on this application perhaps. But we will go through our comments, then the public, and then we will call on the applicant. So original site plan, including package, referred to CB2 last Monday, December 2nd. So as you can see, we are trying to process these quickly. Okay, so proposed modifications for this location: update the measurement for distance between the manhole and sidewalk cafe perimeter from 8 feet to 4 feet 6 inches. Add the sidewalk width to the site plan, 21 feet 6 inches. Adjust the sidewalk cafe length from 25 feet to actual measurement of 21 feet 6 inches. Committee, is there anything I'm leaving out on this one?
Well, let's see, did you mention that stairway and ramp on the side street?
I did not, because I didn't know if that was a modification or if that was something that was an issue that needed to be discussed with the applicant.
It similar to what we saw for one of the Jack's wife Freda's places was, or pardon me, that was Butcher's daughter, where some seating on the drawing was actually beyond the storefront in the space where the stair and ramp were on the side street. So we have that, and I think that the site plan shows some seating that goes past the corner of the building. But perhaps that one, adjust the length, cafe length to 21.6 would seem to reflect what I've got for measurements.
Okay. Stella, do you have anything you want to add on this one?
Yes. Can you flip to the site plan really quick?
Of course. Yeah, was there something else out of scale on this one?
Right. So the way that the site plan shows it, the hydrant is parallel to the sidewalk cafe. I have a photo. I'm sorry, it's going to take me another second to.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm going to just add that in. Okay, so that's right.
When it's corrected to be diagonal, only an 8-foot clear path is required. Here, let me share my screen.
Yeah, so the fire hydrant needs to be relocated to the
Right.
correct placement. Okay.
So it is very clearly diagonal. And then the same is for the street light as well. Less so, very slight diagonal, but it only requires 8 feet of clearance.
So these are giving them more space. Because they're showing them parallel and they're not actually parallel, and they're not required to adhere to the clear path, only the obstruction clearance, correct?
Right.
Okay, so clear diagonal.
I mentioned that because their measurements of 10 feet to each of these obstacles is not correct. I did not measure that it is actually 10 feet, but that's okay because it's only needs to be 8.
So the placement is wrong and they only need 8 feet for each of these clearances. Once the placement is corrected on the site plan, okay, the light pole should be relocated to the correct placement. And since diagonal only requires 8-foot clearance for the obstruction. Right, okay. Sorry, if I don't write it down, it will not. Okay. Great, thank you for that, everyone. So Michael, is this your application, or, well, we need the public. Is there anyone here from the public that signed up to speak on this application in person or on Zoom? I don't.
No one in the room.
Okay.
I don't see anybody.
It's like, it's taking a second to load.
We go back to the site.
I do have someone on Zoom. Oh, it's Michael. Michael, you're our applicant, but I thank you for signing up on there. You want to go back before we go to Michael?
Well, just to refer to it as.
Oh, yeah, of
That's
course,
all.
of course.
I don't have any other comment.
Okay, so there we go. Michael, welcome back.
Okay, last time you'll see me tonight. I had nothing to do with this application until about 3 days ago, but I will.
Did he freeze or did I freeze?
Breaking up, Michael.
Michael, we're gonna get. Yeah, maybe turn off the video. We can hear you, but you froze. Not that we don't want to see you. Oh, no, now maybe it's working.
Okay.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask, I had nothing to do with this application. I would want plans like this. Would it be all right if we put another row of tables? Because we do have that 5 feet in between the tables, and I believe that would be the same thing that was there before.
Yeah, I'm looking at, what's the required clear path here? Sorry, I'm.
8 feet.
Yeah, so Michael, I would concur with you because I'm looking at the old Sidewalk Cafe plans. And you are correct, there is a third row in there with the clear path.
All right, and when we bring it down to, what was it, 21 feet, 6 inches, we're gonna lose 2 of the tables. This way we'd end up with 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16.
And give me 1 second just so I can
12
compare.
and 24.
Also, just to clarify, it's a regional corridor, so it's 10 feet clearance.
Well, if that's the case, Michael, I'm not sure that will work.
Yeah. So the 8-foot clearances to these obstacles is irrelevant because you still need 10.
Let me just check something here. So the previous sidewalk.
The 8 foot is a manhole. Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
The 8 foot is a manhole cover. So we only have to be.
It's the fire hydrant is not, the fire hydrant is actually not parallel. It's actually over here.
I'm gonna just go back and say that, Michael, I think that you are correct because in the previous Sidewalk Cafe, which was 9 feet 2 inches wide with a 10-foot 4-inch clearance, allowed for that, with the exception, it would seem, with the fire hydrant. So you'd have to go in I believe. Is that correct? Do you-
Fire hydrant is over on the
No,
side.
no, no. So the fire hydrant is not, this is the whole point is we're saying is that they're actually going to gain, they actually don't have to meet the 10-foot clear path because it's
Right.
not here, it's actually over here. So it would be 8 feet, over 8, you know, it would only need to be 8 feet if it's actually over here, and then the same.
And is it, they're not required to have the 8 feet from that manhole, correct?
No, it's only 1 foot, 6
Okay,
inches.
So I think that Michael's actually correct on the clearances here, because if you look at the old Sidewalk Cafe plans, the clear, or the measurement there that we have is 10 foot 4 inches on the sidewalk. And then the Sidewalk Cafe is 9 feet 2 inches. And that has the old requirements in the service aisle. So I think that that's correct. That
Interpretation, because there was 10 feet, 4
They
inches.
had though, Michael, they had it wasn't 3 rows of tables. It was 1 row of four seats, you know, like 2 top. And 1 row of 2 tops and 1 row of 4 seats.
We want to show it.
Well, again, Michael, this is for like this location. What's important is that we have a better depiction of the seating, because it's going to come up for the liquor authority, right? Because this is a fairly large space where from my understanding, that is something that the chair feels very strongly about, having a full depiction on the dining out NYC program. And her emphasis. But that would be helpful for us.
Okay, I'll have them redraw the plans, or I'll redraw them.
Okay, well, we'll send you those modifications. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Okay, so next we have Hamburger America. Hamburger America 1 LLC, DBA Hamburger America, 51 McDougal Street. All right, so this is the site plan that was included in the package. This is what we received on Monday, December 2nd. I'm not confident this is a complete and accurate site plan because I don't know if there's something else happening over here. It appears to be cut off. Also, the scale is off because there's, I think, I have to zoom in on here. The distance between the bus shelter and the perimeter of the Sidewalk Cafe is, I think it says 8 feet, but then the width of the bus shelter is shown as being less than that. And so it's out of scale and it's really hard to interpret. I don't have anything to say about the form. So the proposed modifications for this one are to update the sidewalk width measurement from 21 feet 6 inches to the accurate measurement of 21 feet. Again, I didn't include the language that I've included on the other ones here, but it's about so that it adheres to how a sidewalk is defined in the Dining Out NYC rules, which does not include the curb in that measurement, which also affects the clear path because the clear path is defined as the sidewalk. So the clear path does not include the curb. The measurement between the bus shelter and the perimeter of the Sidewalk Cafe, changing that from 8 feet to the accurate measurement of 7 feet 6 inches. This would reduce the Sidewalk Cafe width from 6 feet to 5 feet 6 inches to accommodate for the required 8-foot clear path between the bus shelter and the perimeter of the Sidewalk Cafe. Also, the applicant needs to check off furnishings from page 2 on page 2 of the site plan form. That's just right over here because they are going to have furnishings that are, we assume, are lightweight and not affixed to the sidewalk. And I can't read what the other one says. And then the utility water valve is not labeled on the site plan. Could I get some clarification from Stella or Brian on, is that the valve? Or is there a photo?
The door. I think that is the doorknob that you're pointing to. Valve is on
doorknob. Okay. Sorry.
The water valve is on the face of the building.
Okay, that's what I thought, like on the brick, right? In the lower part?
Let me pull up my photo.
Okay.
So this is where it is. I don't know exactly what DOT requires for when they say water valves cannot be blocked physically or visually. This was hard for me to spot. If that means that it's visually blocked, I don't know. But it should be, I
I
think.
think you just answered your own question, but yes.
Yeah. And then Valerie, just a typo. I'm gonna stop sharing here.
Please.
Instead of 5 feet 6 inches, 5 feet 8 inches
Okay.
for the allowable sidewalk cafe width.
Okay, 5 feet 8. Okay, thank you. Okay. And all. I accept all. Was there anything else I was supposed to add to this? Oh, not, oh, so then what's the clearance on the water valve?
There's no clearance. It just can't be blocked physically or visually.
Okay, so it's blocked because there's a table in
They may
front of
have
it.
to move the table.
Okay, and so where is, can you remind me, I'm sorry, it's not you, it's the site plan. It's right here, is that correct?
Let me pull up the Google Maps because I think we'll be able to see it better.
Okay, let me unshare.
What are you looking to see where the?
Where is that table coming off of?
Okay.
Whenever.
I have it.
Okay.
Okay. Here's the valve.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. So
the sidewalk seating extends to just next to this table, or I'm sorry, not table, window here. That's the 22 feet.
Okay.
From the edge of the door, it goes to right about here. And the valve is included in that.
So what, would they have to have like a table here and then no table here and then 2 tables here? It's 4 tables they have on their site plan, right?
I do not recall how many tables it is, and
They have 4 on their site plan.
Yeah, okay, so it's, okay. I mean, okay. So to say something like you can't block the water valve with, it can't visually, we'll just say the same language from the rules. I mean, we're not trying to make up anything here. Okay. Okay.
We don't have extra.
We should be offering them.
We're offering them.
Do you have anything you want to speak about the liquor license?
No, it said they don't have anything
Okay.
in place. It says that they won't have any outdoor dining, so these are some of the examples that we're trying to do these as we go to keep track of them so that we know what.
Okay.
You know, that it can be
So
figured out.
I'm just looking to see if there's anyone here to speak on. I see Sherry Leon has her hand raised, but I just want to see who else before we call on anyone. So I see Mickey McGee is also here to speak on this application on Zoom. Is there anyone in the room here to speak on Hamburger America? Okay. Someone has to look behind me because I can't.
No.
Okay. And nothing on there. Okay, so let's go to, who did I say first? We'll go to Mickey.
And then Sherry.
Yeah, we'll go to Mickey and then Sherry. I'm just pulling up my timer. Oops. Have they been promoted or?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So Mickey or Sherry? Sherry?
I'm here, but if Mickey is here, I'll defer to that order if that's.
I'm
there she
here,
is.
but my audio cut out, so I'll just wait for Sherry to speak. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I'm sorry, I had to step away for a minute, so I missed the beginning of Stella's discussion and your discussion about the measurements, because the site plan measurements don't really indicate that if you put those 4 tables behind the bus shelter, there would be the required clear path of 8 feet. It looks like they have envisioned 4 tables running from the left of the entrance to the restaurant to where, and you pointed out that it's blocking the utility opening in the wall. But it also means that if they have, right now they currently have those 4 tables in a single row against the building. If they were to put an additional row they really would only have about 5.5 feet to do that, 5 feet, 5 inches, in order to put an extra row of tables. And then in that case, they would not have a required, row to put a service aisle. They would not be able to serve within the demarcated sidewalk cafe, because those 2 tables plus the service aisle would be more than 5 feet, 5 inches. Because that's all they really would be able to have in order to maintain an 8-foot clear path between the demarcated sidewalk cafe and the back of that bus shelter. That was the part that I think I just wanted to bring to your attention, and that they should probably be more accurate in their site plan drawings, because it really doesn't represent what's going on there now or what they envision either.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mickey?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, my total audio completely cut out. I wanted to say pretty much the same thing. They indicate 8 tables, 4 of which are adjacent to the bus shelter, and there is not 8 feet there. That is just not accurate. Even with this wonky drawing, it's not physically possible. But the other thing that's inaccurate in the drawing is that if you pull up Google Maps and look at Street View, you'll see that this building is actually in 2 parts, and everything from that weirdly drawn double doors that you were asking if it was a standpipe or something, but it's actually a doorknob, whatever, that thing in the middle of their drawing. That is that part of the building is actually set back slightly. And so the measurement that is shown on this drawing that indicates 21.6 is actually measuring a space that has more clearance than the part with the bus in it. You have to look at the Google map of the Street View. I can't even barely explain it. This plan is it's just silly to send in something that's so illegible. And that's all I got. It's a mess. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anyone else here to speak on this application that I have not called on? Is the applicant here?
I don't see any hands raised.
Yeah.
What, Sal?
I was just agreeing. I don't think the applicant is here.
Okay, I think you're correct.
Arturo wants to be promoted again.
Okay.
What do you get?
Can I mention something about the clearance?
Yeah.
Shelter?
Yes.
I hear what Mickey's saying about the recess section. I measured the bus shelter to the storefront, not at the recess part, and got, let's see, and Brian measured as well, and the total distance was 13 feet 8 inches.
Yes.
And so because the 8-foot clearance, that's where we're getting the 7 feet, or I'm sorry, the 5'8" of what they're allowed.
So do I have that marked correctly? Okay.
That part does not, the recessed part of the building does not interfere with the bus shelter distance.
Okay.
And the sidewalk width was measured when it says 21 feet. That's not at the recess width either. That's
right. That's to the brick wall.
Okay. Okay. All right. So there's no applicant here, so we will move on to the next one. Now we have, we have Thai Diner, Uncle Boone's LLC, DBA Thai Diner, 186 Mott Street, 10012 for a sidewalk cafe. So we have a site plan here. This is the correct one, right? Okay. These all start to look the same. Okay, so we have the site plan here. It's a regional corridor. I'm sorry?
Your screen is not shared at the moment.
Oh, thank you. I definitely was operating like it was. So thank you for, it's like I go into like this like black hole, like with the product here. Okay, so Thai diner, here we go. So the big thing we have here, and I'll just go to the photo of it, is this exhaust duct that's on the sidewalk next to the building. So let me just go back so that we've hit over 100 slides, y'all. So the exhaust duct is marked on the site plan here somewhere, correct? Or is it here or is it here? It's here, right? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so it's marked on the site plan. However, an exhaust duct requires a 10-foot clearance that is not marked. So this leaves only 5 foot 5 inches of space, and I didn't write it out here. South of the exhaust duct, north of the building bump out, which is far from the restaurant entrance. How would a service aisle to this table work? That was a question that we had. I'm reading out issues here. Transformer vaults also require a 3-foot clearance, leaving only 17 inches width for a sidewalk cafe, which is not ADA compliant. So again,
that photo does not apply anymore. This one
does not. Okay.
Oh, because it doesn't have the 10 feet. There is another one I can share.
This one. Yep. Right. So again, Stella has annotated this photo showing the exhaust duct, and that's even being generous because it is not from the edge. It's actually, you've done it from the further edge here.
No, it is to the edge. It's just the perspective of the photo.
Okay, got it. So can't do a sidewalk cafe 10 feet north of the exhaust duct because with only 17-inch width available due to transformer vaults. So this allows for 5 feet, 5-inch of allowable sidewalk or allowable cafe link to the south before reaching the bump out section of the storefront. So can we just go to the site plan and talk this through so that we have, and I'm looking for my cursor. There we go. So that means, and again, I don't think there's a north arrow on here. I don't even think I put to add that on there, but again, I noticed that sometimes at the bottom here that the change is based on when the applicant applied, that they have this here versus the north arrow, which is unfortunate because we get inconsistent drawings back from applicants. So there's 2 versions of this DOT site plan form for both roadway and sidewalk, because sometimes the utility coverage is here and sometimes it says add the north arrow, which is very confusing and why we continue to get plans with and without north arrows. So
Valerie, do you want me to?
Yeah, you want to do it?
Okay, so the first thing to call out is that it says, and it's very hard to read here, but it says existing subway grates right
here.
And those unfortunately are not subway grates. They are transformer vaults. Subway grates only require 1.5 feet of clearance. Transformer vaults require 3 feet. That's where we're getting that 17 inches in remaining width for the sidewalk cafe, where it would be in front of those vaults. Right at the very edge of the vault is where you have that tiny, so hard to see. I'm zooming in, but you guys can't.
I can, yeah. Well, do you want to share your screen and Zoom?
Okay, sure.
Okay, great.
Hold on, let me pull it up. I have my tab of pictures and then I have my tab of site.
Thank you. I know.
Okay. Okay, so here's the site plan.
Oh, great.
Here's the box with the X, which is the exhaust duct. And that is basically aligns with the edge of the transformer vault. So anything beyond, there's a 10 feet clearance to either side of the exhaust duct. Anything to the north, 10 feet would still only have the 17-inch width, which that would not work to have a service aisle and tables. And it would not be ADA compliant. Then going 10 feet clearance to the south is where I measured having about 5 feet 5 inches of available space before this bumped out part of the sidewalk. This bumped out part of the sidewalk is, I agreed with the site plan measurement here, 11 feet, 8 inches. That would mean only 1 foot, 8 inches for the sidewalk cafe. So that does not work to have tables and a service aisle. So really it's just this spot right here that could work, basically this table. But
One
then
table?
that would probably fit within 5 feet, 5 inches, something like that. I don't know how the service aisle would work because it's so far from the entrance, I guess.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, right, because you're saying 5 feet, 5 inches. That's what the modification was. So from where the line of the irregularly from the irregular, like from right here on, this doesn't work. This
Right.
doesn't work. Does this table work?
I can't see your cursor. So
oh, it's your screen.
Or which one are you thinking?
Okay, so you see where the duct is, and then there's a black circle or something. Does that table to the right of it work?
This table?
Yeah.
No, because the
duct. Oh, right. So can you show me like where does the table start?
Let me. Hold on, look at my images.
Is it just the 2 tables? I'm just trying to understand like what does it go down to? And again, this is because of, I'll just kind of talk through, this is because of one, the exhaust duct, which was in the photograph submitted by the applicant that the agency saw and did not have them adhere to that and continue to put money down on this application and move forward. And yet here it comes and we've identified an exhaust duct, which requires this 10-foot clearance. And then mislabeled subway grates, which are actually transformer vaults and are specifically called out on the DOT Dining Out NYC website. So again, these are 2 errors that were, I guess, submitted in good faith by the applicant that then have now resulted in essentially almost a 1 to 2 table sidewalk cafe. Is that correct?
That is correct. And the site plan marks, it has the box with the X through it for the duct, but it does not label it as a duct. And on the second page in the application where they list the clearances, they do not have an associated clearance for that. For the
right. Because if right, that seems to be a pattern here of labeling something outside of what's called out on the rules, whether it's calling it an existing residential lobby, whether it's just putting it on the plan and not saying it's an exhaust duct and verifying it on with a clearance on the site plan form. So that seems to be a pattern that we keep seeing, things being called other things. So that way there's no, if it's not called a primary building entrance, I don't need to have the clearance, but it actually is one, and it actually is an exhaust duct, and it actually is a transformer, while all requiring these different clearances. Okay. And I want to say that whatever these grates / actual transformer vaults were in their photographs, if I recall correctly from their application. So I'm not sure why the agency, again, continues to refer applications that are not in compliance with the correct clearances. Did you want to speak about this one?
From the SLA standpoint, they have stipulations that their sidewalk cafe closes at 10 PM, but that there is no sidewalk cafe on the Mott Street side. And this is the Mott Street side.
Okay, so what does that mean now?
It means they have to come back to the SLA if they want to have any seating.
Okay.
Here.
Great.
Just want to take a quick look. Stella, when you visited the site, and I don't see this in your photographs, and I don't recall, I didn't specifically look to this one. Had they removed the enclosure on Kenmare?
Let me look at my photos.
Because it's not in the photos that.
If it's not here, these were the only photos I took.
Yeah, because when you look at the Google Maps photograph, and I was just recalling that they had enclosed, you see sort of at the end there beyond that door.
I do not remember.
That beyond that door, I believe that those you see where the entry is and you see how there's framing
little
beyond
brown.
that? I think that that's a non-compliant enclosed sidewalk cafe along Kenmare, which is not included in these plans.
What I noted
Do
in
you
my
need a
visit.
separate application?
Well, I don't
Oh,
know.
go ahead.
It could be.
What I noted when I went there is that the corner entry is enclosed with the storm enclosure just as a vestibule. It was small and didn't contain any seats.
So this enclosure here is not a previously
Rail along
existing
that street.
enclosed sidewalk cafe along
Did you
Kenmare.
take pictures, Brian?
No, it doesn't look like I did. Yeah, I would have been standing on Mott Street also.
Based on my notes, we do not expect an additional application from this applicant. So I think if this is a question we have, we need to ask the applicant, correct?
Oh, yeah. I'm just, I mean, that's just something.
Trying to rush it along, but just.
Because that, and just, this is a follow-up to what Donna had raised, is that is the space which there could be
Sidewalk
a
cafe.
sidewalk cafe.
Oh, versus the other side. So now, but it appears, and again, based on my notes, we are not expecting anything on this side to come as a separate
That's right.
application. So.
According to the application.
So just
What it is.
Okay. I see there's something happening in Q&A. I'd have to look on the website. I can't answer that right now. So you can take a look at the Q&A and see if there's anything we can address. So is there anyone here from the public that has signed up in person, not the applicant or not the owner yet?
Nobody in the room.
Laura Tenenbaum has her hand raised.
Okay. This is
Including her?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, I see she signed up. Yes.
Hi, it's just what Carter was talking about that I signed up to speak about, because if you look at Google Maps, you will at the historical photographs, and I sent links to you on the Q&A here. In 2019, the space was empty on the Kenmare Street side. The restaurant before them had received had a sidewalk cafe, an open sidewalk cafe on Kenmare Street. Then they moved in, and I believe I think they applied for a sidewalk cafe, but I couldn't find that information in the community board website. They never applied and couldn't have applied for a enclosure. But as you see historically, it was empty space in 2019. In 2021, there was a raised platform with about 3 feet of glass there. And then thereafter, it was suddenly enclosed, fully enclosed. And it's there to this day. Far as I could see, no permits at all. Certainly didn't come before the community board, from what I could find. So I'd like to know from the applicant whether they're planning to remove that.
Yeah, and just
what are the options we have as a community to have them comply? And I'm saying this for a restaurant that's one of my favorite restaurants in the world, you know? And I hate to be doing it, but the fact of the matter is, this was all done without approvals. And it's there, and it is in this application.
Laura, I've just been looking at the previous licensed cafe, the diagrams which were submitted, or the plans were created on April 6, 2017. It looks like from that there was an 8-foot clear path to what was then a 6-foot 3-inch outdoor dining area.
Right. I have no problem with the sidewalk cafe on that side, but it's the raised.
It looks like there's been some changes on the street itself. So it's sort of difficult.
In the corridor, what's the corridor difference between that?
I think it's a 10-foot, but there's some sort of a vent stack. There's two vent stacks, and there were some telephones before, and
So clearly this is probably debated by the applicant. They chose the other side for some reason, or we'll find out.
Maybe people thought that was built and that was allowed. I don't know.
Right.
But also, Laura, just to a situation which you've experienced within further west in Soho, if you see on that picture right there, you see there's some shiny new squares on the sidewalk where they put in new sidewalk markings. That's actually over what we've seen. No, zoom in where that just was. Yeah, no, to the left, next to the garbage can. Those 3 squares are where there used to be a telephone booth.
Right.
And we know that there's an easement, right, from the company. And that's where they put in other physical infrastructure on those easements, for example, in front of Ronnie's building, right? Where they're allowed to use that space. And so this is something like no, for physical infrastructure like 3G or 5G towers, et cetera.
Right.
So that's something to keep in mind, just for anybody in these situations, because we would only know this because we're just looking at the pictures, right? That we know somebody else has a right to that space, even though it's not here, even though it's not shown. Which is an anomaly, just an outlier in New York City stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But it still begs the point, going back, what you're saying is that there could be a problem having a sidewalk cafe on that side because of.
Well, who knows what, right? We just know somebody has an easement that hasn't been used, and we've seen those companies trying to figure out a way to monetize those easements.
I've been away from this for so long. Can you tell me if that enclosed cafe is legal without getting
it didn't exist. No, it didn't exist
before March 16th, 2020.
Right.
No. But you can see the telephone booths there.
Yeah.
And that's there's actually an easement for the telephone company so they can put other infrastructure back there, even though it's not there right now.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But that was all I had wanted to say, is point out is that that this application was not showing the existence of an illegal enclosure on the other side where they had put a cafe.
Thank you for that.
And also another thing to note is that there was a mailbox and now there's not. So there's another.
Yeah.
So it's interesting as we go through different applications, we start to see different anomalies of things that we know can change. And probably one of the few communities that has a lot of this, they consider those old easements at some value.
Well, interestingly enough, if you look, that vent that's problematic on the side where they want to go wasn't there. It wasn't there until they came in.
Right.
No,
there's one there now, but there wasn't one visibly, and I had looked somewhere else and there wasn't one.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they definitely don't show it on their site plan, any kind of enclosure on the sidewalk on Kenmare.
All right. Is there anyone else from the public? Did I miss anyone in the room from the public? Is the applicant here in person or online? Hi.
Hi.
Come on up.
We didn't show what you call an exhaust because it's not an exhaust, it's a fresh air intake.
It's a fresh air vent for a meter room. I can move the vent.
Okay.
I also measured because at first I didn't see it. So I measured what the available space would be, assuming that there wasn't a duct there as well. So I can pull up those photos too.
Oh, and you've labeled it nicely too.
Okay, so this is what I had kind of just sketched out originally. So we have 3 feet from the transformer vault. And then this could technically be 3 feet 2 inches, because the sidewalk here I measured as 3 feet 2 inches in total width to the back of the curb. So it leaves approximately 8 feet, or I'm sorry, 10 feet 8 inches up until this out part of the sidewalk.
Okay.
So if this is in fact not an exhaust duct, these would be our modifications, I think.
So that would be, like, if I can just look at the.
I'm gonna raise Steve. We'll go
So
to
the
this.
requirement is 1 foot 6 inches from vent infrastructure.
Okay, so we need, so if it's not an exhaust duct, it's a fresh air. What is it?
Intake.
And so it will need a 1 foot 6 inch clearance.
Or we relocate it. But 10 feet from an exhaust, is that in the DOT regulations?
For an exhaust duct, yes.
Okay, so it's a fresh air intake, which does not exhaust anything. So 1 foot 6 is about where the pole would be. And I think, by the way, I just want to compliment this group. I'm on a whole bunch of different community boards. You are the best. So we'll take that remaining portion that's 3 feet and to the right to 10 foot 8, and we'll limit the sidewalk cafe to that area.
So that means we need a demarcation in there.
Okay, so can we pull up the site plan, Stella? Can you just like arrow over what he's talking about, just so everyone knows? Just have it in that area?
You're talking
Yeah.
about this.
We would have 1, 2, 3, maybe a 4th table if we clear the 3 feet. Yeah, in that area, right.
Right, and the, just to mention, the transformer vault clearance needs to be from the edge. I think I have a picture of that as well. Here. So it needs to be from the edge of the entire box. This is from DOT's dining out website, not just from the grate itself.
Okay. We'll make sure we could update the drawings to reflect that. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I
The
think,
Kenmare.
can you guys speak to the Kenmare, the raised platform, the seating there?
Yeah, well, we couldn't draw it because you can't have a legal enclosure, so it's not presented on our plans.
Correct, but so we're asking the applicant, are you, this is not in compliance with the dining out NYC rules as of November 1st, so what's your plan for that?
We'll have to talk to him.
Okay.
I have to recalculate and resubmit. We did have approval prior to.
They didn't.
Laura, if we could not speak out of turn,
We
please.
had approval for 26 seats, which is what we have on the Kenmare side.
Can anyone speak to that?
We came before the community board before we opened it and got that approval. The stipulation about not having the sidewalk on Mott was because of the pre-K program that was next door. They're no longer in existence. That was the stipulation.
Okay.
At that time.
I mean, I have all of the resolutions, questionnaire stipulations,
So that's the liquor license,
but that's different.
That's different from the Sidewalk Cafe, but let me see if I can.
We'll
I
have
mean,
to
this
go
is
back.
from-
We'll
I mean,
have to
I
go
have-
back to SLA. Now that the facility next door is no longer there, we'll have to reintroduce it.
Right.
Right, so I do see a sidewalk cafe plan from 2017 for the space on, but it's by no means enclosed.
No,
No, this is, obviously you can't do it. We talked about that earlier today.
Okay.
Also, something, if it's possible for you guys, just so you know, your application is under a separate address, even though it's an AKA on your liquor license, you may want to update.
Oh.
So they match, because you'll get called out, probably. I'm not sure. You can talk to any of the attorneys who practice in that area, but that is a very big thing for them, that everything has to match up. And even though it's AKA 186, you know, you don't want to get,
no,
it could be months, right? Of whatever. So I'm just pointing that out.
So we should list both.
Just list the address the exact same way. If you can amend it with DOT, so it's exactly the same as it's listed on the liquor license, so that you have no confusion.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't see the application too, but I don't know if you applied a little, and applied at a different time.
I can look.
This was through the DCA. This was the
Yeah,
prior.
No, I was like, this application was from June, but.
No, this is from the DCA.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just looking at too many things going on, but it's better to try to just sort this out now. So we're done.
Yeah, and while he's pulling that up, it's also, I'm just doing the checkbox for the transformer vault on page 2, so. The clearance. Okay.
Did I mention that Vicky and Stella, if you're looking for a job, I'm looking to hire you?
Well, I don't know who Vicky is, but
I'm sorry.
I'll let her know. I'm Valerie, but
I'm sorry, I meant
that's
Valerie.
okay.
So,
That's a first
you
for me.
guys, I have to tell you, the other community boards don't go into any level of depth like you are, and it's much appreciated because, you know, you're doing the DOT work here.
Yeah, that's right.
I have a high regard for the architectural profession. I understand the complicated licensing process of, what is it, 7 tests that you guys take. So I have high respect for the profession.
So it did appear before our committee for the sidewalk cafes, and it was approved for 13 tables and 26 seats. And Laura, if you're looking it up, it's under SANUK, Sanuk, comma, space LLC. So whatever the inclusion of that comma makes it a little complicated to look up. But it was 13 tables and 26 chairs. And
Kenmare?
Yeah, and I'm fairly certain it follows those old sidewalk cafe plans, but it doesn't, I think that's a regional corridor, so it's a little,
yeah,
you know, whatever. And just so you guys, you know, those easements for all that, the telecommunication stuff, we don't know how any of those will be used, just so you guys know. Somebody could activate that and that would suddenly change clearance requirements. And we've only seen it with 5G towers, but those seem to have stopped appearing, so.
Yep. So we can only deal with what's physically there.
No, right. It's more of just letting.
We get called up?
Yeah,
Okay.
well,
could change.
Anything
Could
else on
change.
this? Okay. Okay, anything else on this one? Thank you, thank you.
Or one more thought.
What, yeah?
Okay, so we're saying that approximately this space can be available for tables. What do we think about the service aisle? Can it pass?
I mean, it's the same comment. I mean, it's 2.5, yeah, I mean, it's.
But it depends on, I mean, it's, and the ADA accessibility.
But I will say, I think that Steve's plans are the only ones that show ADA access of any of the ones that I've seen.
Yeah.
Previously, it's not shown here, but you had it on the other application.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's an open question from a, you know, we don't.
It's a bigger
know.
question.
Yeah, which everybody is sort of pointing in all directions on.
Yeah.
But
if we're able to comply with ADA on the
Yeah.
Kenmare side, will that
no, that would, but that's, yeah, I mean, that's.
obviously we have bigger issues, yes.
And that one, I mean, at that one too, we have this steps at say 10 o'clock, so we could
Oh, which is fine.
waive, then we could waive the Kenmare Street side from,
No, we could even, yeah.
I need new steps that address the
Yeah.
other one, because it's very clear that it's not there, so that would have to change. But
Yeah, so
Kenmare-
Steve,
We've had other
having the
suggestions.
updated plans for everything would be
If it
helpful,
can work.
including
Yeah.
just now, so we can help. You may, whatever you have to do with DOT, but also
Get
you got
something
a couple of
updated.
moving parts here, so having those updated plans would help. You can, just so you know, and I don't know who's handling your liquor license side, there's nothing that precludes you from notifying us of your intent to apply for a liquor license.
Okay.
Even though the SLA requires the final plans, the community board does not require that you have it all done, because we have a lot of stuff to clear up, so we would rather get going.
Okay.
Does that make
I mean,
sense?
if we have
'Cause you
some
got,
accurate diagrams.
we have
and
500 and
right.
something applications.
Yeah.
Most of them have liquor licensing involvement, so it's like, this is one that's not really complicated to clean up on that side. But what we need are the completed plans, so whenever you get that done, then you can.
Okay.
And we'll see what happens tomorrow of however they want
guidance.
to deal with the liquor authority side, but nothing prevents anybody from submitting
Letting us
a
know.
notice to us on that side.
And Carter, these drawings are done. I just want to give Gina a lot of credit, because we've done about 140 locations. And Gina is very meticulous about it. And we're very careful, so we appreciate the compliments. And we'll talk to, moving forward, we'll take the proper steps. I really appreciate your guidance, Carter.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you. All right.
Sorry, I have one more question. Did you mention that for general vent infrastructure, there's 1.5 foot clearance?
Yes.
And that would apply to the service aisle as well? So the service aisle passes by the vent? The service aisle is only 17 inches and 1.5 feet from the vent is 18 inches.
So we may want to push, now that we're not doing the table all the way on the right,
Mhm.
those tables against the storefront, and have the service aisle be on the outside. And ADA requires 5% usage of seating. Kenmare will suffice to comply with ADA requirements.
Well, we'll know that when we see it.
Okay.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right. Okay. Anything else on this application? Okay, great. So I think we now move into roadway. Okay, so.
Done? Bye.
Okay, so we have Il Buco Corp., DBA Il Buco Restaurant at 47 Bond Street, 10012, for a roadway, not to be confused with the other Il Buco on Great Jones Street. I mistook it for. So this application was referred to us on Monday, November 25th. Here is the site plan.
And Valerie, your screen is not
Oh,
showing.
yeah. I get in a zone when it just goes to full screen. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Okay, gotta see the green button. Okay, so There we go. As you can see down here, this is when I talk about how this site plan form is different than, as you can see, the north arrow is here, whereas.
This one is the most current without.
I don't know. I actually think the north arrow, I think this is the older form, because this is what I've always seen. And then they started adding in the symbols they wanted for the utility coverings, and then someone just forgot to bring the north arrow up. I don't see why you would, and there is a north arrow on here, so we appreciate that. Okay, so next. We're still over 100 slides. So here we go, the form. So let's just go. So these are the modifications that I pulled from the notes. So I just need to make sure I haven't forgotten any here. So we have adding the barrier width dimension to the site plan. So if I'm gonna have to zoom on because I don't think that's included on here, right? So we don't know, oh wait, no, right? It's not, it's just a line. Structure.
I'm not sure what
I'm like, oh, okay. This is confusing me. So this is the sidewalk and this is the roadway here.
Correct.
So there's just a thin line, and so we don't know if, maybe if I can, I'm not really good at zooming, huh? I'm gonna have to zoom on my computer. So let me just look. So yeah, it just says the address there on the corner. I thought maybe it would say something like so we just don't know if that 18 feet is inclusive of the barrier width. So most applicants for roadway do include the barrier width on the site plan to communicate both to DOT and to us that they have included that within the space that they are planning on using for the roadway. So that is one of the things we have asked for. And then let me go back to this one. So, and then adjust the measurement of the manhole to the edge of the storefront. So this is the manhole here. And I don't have any photographs to share on this one in the slide deck. Is there anything, Stella, you want to speak to on this one as regards to the manhole?
I can share. So I measured that the manhole is plenty far away from the storefront, but it is 3 feet 10 inches, not 2 feet as indicated in the site plan. Just calling that out to make sure that it's clear that the proposed roadway does not go beyond the storefront to the point where it would only be 2 feet from the manhole.
So it needs to not, so this is a primary building, so it needs to not go past, I see this red line here, right here. Got it, okay.
Yeah. So, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say something. Yeah,
Freda, were you gonna say something?
So there's another anomaly here, which this is an open street and there's no access to the open street portion of this without going outside of the storefront.
What does that mean?
Well, the open street seating extends beyond on the outside because Bond Street is an open street. So you have seating on the outside of the roadway cafe, just bringing up.
Oh.
So you can't get to it without going in front of the contiguous.
To take advantage of the open street.
Right.
So how come, so I will ask this question. Then I guess why are they applying for this program if they're on an open street?
Because you can do both.
All the time.
Yeah, you can do both.
Okay, for when the open street's not open, okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
It's just, we only have a few streets in our board.
Okay.
Where this situation exists, I mean, literally just a few at this point. So that just creates an access issue into that. And it's not an issue for this application, but it will come up as access to the rest of the open street. So.
And it's not an issue at this application because you have the manhole and you have the primary building entrance.
That are constraining it.
That are all on the side of this shed, so that would be a clear path. from the middle of the street to the
Well,
side.
and we don't need,
I
well,
only.
we can't block a primary building, which is super, right?
I believe that you can only serve in front of your storefront premises. So you can't use the entryway.
Oh, okay.
And just, these are
So your point
anomalies
is
of a
actually,
one-off.
your point is, if I'm that if they wanted to use the open street and have the roadbed, they would have to shorten the roadbed possibly so that they would have some kind of service aisle to the open street seating.
That's correct.
Okay.
And just as an aside, the sidewalk seating is in violation of the rules. They've got seating in front of, within the 5-foot clearance to the primary building entrance.
Right there on the left side, right? You just show it, right. So again, even though this sidewalk application for this applicant is not before us, they are operating past November 1st with a setup that's not in compliance. So we should call that out. So
that's right.
Okay, thank you. We will add that. Is there anyone here from the public to speak on this application? In the room or on Zoom?
No one in the room, and I see nobody signed up, and I see nobody with a hand up.
Okay, great. Oh, you looked at the spreadsheet. Okay, great. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing for this application. The next roadway application that we have is Cluny Soho Core DBA. Let me go to my share screen.
Wait, Valerie, is the applicant for El Buco here?
Oh, I didn't ask. Let me reopen the hearing. Thank you. Sorry, just a long day. Stephen, are you the applicant for Il Buco?
Oh, he can't talk. Let me.
Okay. So I guess while I do that, I can go to my slides about, hello.
Hello. Hi, how are you?
Good. Thanks for hanging in there. I don't know how long you've been on.
Nice to see you guys.
Oops. Sorry. Okay.
Just to go to, I think the 2 points that were brought up, the barrier width, we had a very simple site map drawn, but the barrier width is included as far as the width of the proposed structure for us. Our previous structure that we took down in compliance with the city was a little farther due to the original COVID rules, but we are aware that any structure that gets put up has to be in compliance with the width of the restaurant storefront facing. So that's why it's the size it is, and we plan on making sure that there's enough clearance for the manhole.
Okay. We will send you a list of these proposed, the modifications in writing, just so it's clear. Can you address the non-compliant sidewalk setup?
That's something that is wasn't aware of. Il Buco has historically had sidewalk cafe seating for years. Yeah. Like, I don't know how many years, 15, 20 years, 15, 20 years of sidewalk cafe seating. The owner of the restaurant is also the owner of the building. She lives above it. So that primary residence is the door to her apartment, or the door leading up into her apartment. So I was not aware that maybe there's been a change, but we've had sidewalk cafe permits for that exact setup from before. But if there's a change that we need to make, then we'll have to assess, and we'll have to, make a change to it.
Did they apply for sidewalk?
Yeah, you guys applied for a sidewalk, right?
We applied for a sidewalk cafe permit as well.
Yeah, and we will address all of that when that application is before us. Like I mentioned before, sometimes DOT refers both at the same time, and sometimes they're separate. But mostly we are asking of just there are dining out NYC rules that just have requirements for the sidewalk. So once it's past November 1st, which it is, it's just, as you saw maybe from before, we were talking about some that were enclosed, and we're not saying that's enclosed there, but there are It is on the onus of the operator to be in compliance with the rules. You can continue having a sidewalk, this cafe set up while you're in the application process for dining at NYC. It's year round, but you are required as of November 1st to be in compliance with anything in those rules. I mean, I do see you have a demarcation. I haven't looked at the clear path. I actually went to the other one on Great Jones, so that was my mistake personally, but public meeting. So anyway, so that we're just, there's nothing here that's going to prevent that, but we just want you to know that as that comes up, like that is just something we're just telling all applicants.
Sure.
Okay.
That picture that was used for the Sidewalk Cafe, that looked like an older picture as well, because the space next to us is a restaurant now, Jelena, and it looked like the windows were boarded up. So I mean, obviously we're going to look at the rules. We're going to make sure that we are in compliance with what dining at NYC is, but our planter boxes for that Sidewalk Cafe don't necessarily extend as far as that picture looks like it does to the primary building entrance.
This is the picture that I took, which is extremely blurry, which is why I showed the one from Google Maps from September. But the plants still do.
Yeah.
And
yeah. These planter boxes were in our old structure and came out, so we can remove those and we can adjust. We're long story. I don't want to take any more of your time. I know you've got a lot.
Okay.
Well, hold on a second. I mean, there's no waiver for the primary building entrance. So, I'm looking at your old Sidewalk Cafe plans. You're absolutely 100% correct, but they've changed the rules.
Okay.
That's the issue, so there's a new, and then the other point was, if you continue to participate in the open street, how do you access the open street with carrying alcohol to there? Because I think it's restricted to the straight path. You can't go around. It has to be in front of your premises.
Yeah.
And so that's just an open question, because again, there's no guidance from the liquor authority at all on that yet. But if you're planning your roadbed, you need to know that, right? Because that may be out of compliance. And so that's just an open question for only a few streets.
Yeah.
Where
we're the permit holder for the open streets program.
Right, which is why I bring it up with you guys. And presumably Jelena will revisit this, even though they have a restriction not to serve alcohol outside that's specific to their license. I don't know. Jack Samban seems to be okay without having the roadbed structure. They don't mind setting up the barriers, which is also compliant.
Yeah.
Well, and so, for example, you guys, if you just put out the barriers on the open street, you could have the full area. If you see what I mean, without
use
this.
the rest of the time, you're saying.
And so there's a lot of variability.
Yeah.
To this situation.
And we're in a unique position because we have, outdoor dining that has 3 different permits. And we want to make sure that we are compliant for all 3 and also, utilizing the 3 to the best of their ability.
But you could also use just 2, which is what I was saying is with the open street without the permanent roadbed.
Yeah.
Not as helpful, but it would give you a much more open area, which I know was nice at one point when you guys had opened it up. So I just bring that out because there's a lot of variability on.
Yeah. The only thing for the open streets is that for the weekdays, it's dinner only. And we were kind of going back and forth about, business loss for the weekdays for lunch business. So that was a reason why we decided to apply for the roadside structure, because the open streets is for dinner weeknights and we can use it for lunch and dinner on the weekends. And, I was looking at that as well for the footprint that's involved for that. So, we're just kind of, all of this is new to us and we're going to try to figure out the best way to move forward. And, my director of operations is waving behind me and we're going to have some discussions about what makes the most sense for our business.
Well, and that makes sense because the roadbed would give you, especially if you're restricted from that 5 feet from the building entrance, becomes more important.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so now we'll close this public hearing and go to Fellini. Thank you, Stella, for catching that. Okay, so let me go back to share the screen. And all right, so Fellini, Soho Court, DBA Fellini, 120 Thompson Street, 100-10012, not 100, roadway. So here we go. This is the site plan. The form, photos submitted by the applicant, and the proposed modifications are as follows. Need ramp on site plan since no flooring in the roadway cafe. And that means the ADA ramp is what I meant to put there. So we need to see either where they plan to have a temporary ramp or put temporary or a ramp, because there is no flooring in the roadway cafe. If I recall their form, they do not check that off. Just make sure. Right, so there's no flooring. Add barrier width dimension to the site plan. It's not indicated whether, it just says barriers, we don't know. I guess that's supposed to tell us that it does include it. Again, that seems to be consistent, being left out on some of these roadway plans, and then adjusting the storefront and roadway cafe length to the storefront length of 10 foot 6 inches. So let me just go. It says on here that it's 13 feet and we measured it as 10 feet 6 inches, correct?
Yes. And
Okay.
also just to call out, it says 13 feet at the top of the page, and then at the bottom of the page, it says 12.
Yeah, again, this is consistently an error that we keep seeing. Also, there's no north arrow on here, so I'm gonna have to add that.
There should be.
So, yeah, we consistently, if we could please just double check on the bottom of the form and what's on the actual drawing so that it's consistent across the board. Okay, is there anyone here from the public to speak? Or anything from the committee you want to add to this one?
They don't have a liquor license.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys are out. Okay. Okay, so is there anyone?
It was denied for character of the applicant.
Oh, well, thank you for that colorful information. So add north arrow. Okay. So there's that. Okay.
Valerie.
Yes.
It could be add ramp or it could be add flooring.
I mean, we don't really recommend floor. I mean, that's adding, I think, a lot of.
What it is an
Well,
option. I mean, if you're just speaking option.
Okay.
Option.
Okay, so either add flooring or a ramp. Okay.
You might say add flooring or a ramp to comply with ADA. So there may be even more options in compliance.
Okay. That sounds wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so who has signed up for this application on the speaker sign up? So we'll start with that. Is there anyone in the room here to speak on this? Okay.
Yeah.
There is someone. Okay, have you signed? Did you sign?
I signed in.
Okay. Oh, okay. Maybe you just fill out a speaker form, but come sit. You can fill it out and testify, just so we have it, just so we have everything. So please state your name for the record and I will start the timer.
My name is Liz White, and I wanted to ask about the fire lane being narrowed for this because it's a very congested street. And we've had, over the years that I've lived there, multiple serious fires on Thompson Street. So as a resident, I have a lot of concern about my personal safety and others.
Okay.
And the other thing that I wanted to bring up was congestion. It's extremely congested there. They have window orders, so people are lined up down the block, along with chairs outside that are for the roadway.
Where are those, can you show me where those chairs are? Maybe they're in this photos, I just can't see, but.
I have a photo I can show you.
Okay, but are they, so are
They
there
leave them
chairs?
outside on the sidewalk.
Like in this zone?
Against the
Or
wall.
against the wall?
Yeah, by the building.
Even though they don't, okay, even though they don't have a sidewalk cafe.
Right, exactly.
Which I-
And then there's a trash can, and then there's an open, they open their door for to go downstairs to the basement a lot while people are there.
The cellar door?
Cellar, correct, yes.
Where is that cellar door?
right in front of where they go to order.
Right here?
Yeah, kind of a little further over, but yeah, it's a little further to the right, but that's about where it is.
Smaller door. I mean, I'm just writing that these are pedestrian flow and existing curb use issues.
All you have to, quite frankly, all you have to do is look at the photos that they supplied, and the photos that they supplied shows the crowds that are on the street.
I mean, that's what.
And they're also storing furniture?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So it'll be on this side and it'll be on that side. There's just like extra chairs.
And lots of sandwich boards.
Yes.
Yes, sandwich
It's
board.
not just them, it's the
Jewelry place.
Everybody's got sandwich boards. Right?
But they have 3.
So there's just not much room to get by.
Okay.
That's it.
And another.
Oh, actually, one more thing, music at night. Oh, music, okay.
Oh, they're open in the evening.
Yeah, just out
On the open window or?
Just before I forget, that this, the Sidewalk Cafe that they operated was without a permit
And the roadway.
for the roadway, excuse me. for the
Because
last-
they opened the Sidewalk Cafe.
For the open restaurant, for the temporary open
Yeah,
restaurant?
in the spring, they did sidewalk seating before they did the roadway seating, and then they removed the sidewalk seating.
And they never were self-certified for the temporary program?
No.
The program had closed, so they weren't able to apply for it.
And they were. still-
Right, it closed on August 3rd, 2023, right? Something like that, okay. Is there anything else? That's it, okay. Thank you, Liz. On Zoom, I see Mickey McGee has her hand raised.
Sure it is.
Oh, you thought, oh, yeah, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. I don't really have anything to add. I think Ms. White summed it up beautifully. There's a lot going on there. And thank you. Great job.
Anyone else from the public in the room or on Zoom that I did not call on because they did not sign up? Okay, I will close. Oh, wait, is the applicant here? Sorry, I almost did it again. Let me look. I don't know if we were planning, not if we were planning, but if the applicant was planning on appearing. I haven't looked at the RSVP.
I don't see the applicant.
One second. I'm just looking at the applicant RSVP from the office.
Just for future reference, the little section about which application you're testifying for, we might want to expand that because.
You can't read it?
Representatives represent.
Oh, okay. Well, this is just for the public. This is not applicant. For applicant, the applicants don't have to fill. We have a separate RSVP system that the office gets their attendance. Hold on, let me just. I'm looking at. Okay, yeah, we did not get a response. We did email the hello email as well as Franco. Does that sound about right? Franco. Okay.
Yep.
Did not get a response. Okay, so with that, we'll close the public hearing on Fellini. So we'll go to our next application.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I have one more comment. If this cafe were to be compliant with the 15-foot travel lane, from my measurements, it would have to be 2 feet 6 inches wide.
Oh, right. And that's
Wait,
another thing,
wait.
that it does not have an FDNY waiver.
Right.
And this is.
But it's pending one, is it not?
Yeah, it's a particularly narrow street. So.
So you're
because we
saying-
haven't seen the guidance memo since they don't seem to be capable of sending it to us. We don't know if that 6.5 feet is in compliance with their memo, and that's why it's reduced to 6.5 feet.
Versus the 8.
Versus their full 8 feet. So we don't know, we have no idea what's going on because.
Well, as we recall, further north on Thompson at 170 and 177 Thompson, if I'm recalling correctly, there was a mismatch, right? So this is.
But they had it different.
Right.
So there's right. So
one was 6.5 and one was 6. Is that
right? So it was 177 that's on the same side of the street, which they had as 6.5. Right. No, they had 6 feet for that one. And again, this is north of Houston, obviously, so it's further up. But the FDNY did a letter of no objection further north on Thompson at 177 and 170 Thompson, but which were both diagonal from one another, but they had different rulings on what was allowed for the sidewalk, for the roadway cafe width. So on one side, on the west side, it was 6 feet. And then on the east side, it was 6.5 feet was allowed for a roadway cafe. So there was discrepancy in there. And those were both, the 6 foot was actually that letter was dated before the 6.5 feet, which you might have thought it would be the other way around. So just to kind of circle around that, the office has requested the July 30th memo that's cited in the previous applications that have an FDNY letter of no objection. That is a memo from FDNY to DOT. We have not received that memo yet from FDNY. I've also put in a FOIL request for that. So
another aspect to comment on just in this particular situation, that narrow width includes a shared bike lane, which for me personally, these create a very complicated situation when you have the wall on the side.
A shared bike lane.
And a shared bike lane, cars behind you, and so very bad. It's
also
it seems to be a lot of concurrent uses that are happening, and
I was going to make a note about the shared bike lane too.
But that is reflected in the reduced width to 6.5 feet. I will say that. But we also, we forgot.
They've received some sort of why would you otherwise reduce how much space you could have by 1.5 feet if you haven't had any sort of guidance? It might just not be official, right, to your point.
And also what's unique here is that there is a straight white line down this side of the block, which we don't have in all situations. Just sort of demarking the edge of the
lane, the parking lane.
The edge of the shared bike lane, et cetera.
Okay.
That's a good point. And they need 6-inch clearance from that pavement marking, which is not.
Yeah, possible.
Okay, so I need to add that. Right?
Yeah. And also just previously they had their trash storage built into their roadbed.
So it's not clear if that's the case here.
We didn't raise at all, but just the commercial trash, the residential trash, where does it all go?
Yeah.
So.
Okay. The applicant is not here. Oh, Franco, it's right there. I was just asking about the email from the email address I had. Okay. Okay, let's close the public hearing for this and go to the next application, which is 45 Mercer Restaurant LLC, DBA Odd Sister. Thanks, Liz. 45 Mercer Street, 10013 roadway. There were several different site plans of this sent, but I think this is the right one, Stella, if I recall from our back and forth, right? Okay. As many of you may or may not know, the way that the board receives these applications is via email. So there are multiple PDFs, and you can imagine with the load that we're being referred on a weekly basis being increased. So is the file size and how many emails get sent. And now also the agency is no longer on the community board feedback forms. They no longer put the specific due date for us. They just say 40 days or 30 days past the referral date. And if I recall correctly, those feedback forms don't have the referral date listed on them. So it's really fun. And as you can imagine, they started this when our volume increased significantly. So thankfully our office puts together our deadline list for us. We are allowed now, as many of you may know, we are now allowed to a lot of the deadlines, mostly for sidewalks, tend to fall on Saturdays. So now they've allowed us to take it to the next business day. So you win some, lose some there. They just don't give us the specific date anymore. Okay, so on this one, we have the site plan. So this was I'd like to know if the applicant is here, because we did see in the PDF that the DOT planner had made, great, if we can raise Ronan. Ronan, we're not going to call on you just yet. We're going to speak. I don't know if you've been on here the whole time. Thank you for being with us, but we're going to quickly speak about the applications, talk about the proposed modifications among the committee, and then we will call on the public, and then we will call on you. So these red numbers were added in Adobe Acrobat by the planner, which I'm sure is, as long as we just want to make sure that those were good with the applicant, I'm assuming they are. And we do appreciate that there is a trash receptacle thing called out here, so we probably have some questions on that. And we also appreciate a north arrow, a beautiful north arrow. And so on this one, I think the only modification that we have is to add and label the primary building entrance for 45 Mercer, which is within the storefront, so that is on the record. So that would be this right here. So just calling it primary building, because it is a primary building entrance for the residents, I am assuming. Yes, Stella.
That is not the entrance that I believe needs to be called out. They do have that one, which is good, but I'm talking about the one within their storefront. I can share my screen.
Yeah, can you share it?
So I believe this is the one over here that they have on their site plan, which
oh, the one within. Yes, yes.
This one that we need as well. DOT
Right.
did confirm that when you have a primary building entrance interrupting your storefront, while you couldn't have a sidewalk cafe continuously across, you can have a roadbed cafe that goes from this end of the storefront across it to this end.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So we need to add this primary building entrance. Okay, thank you. It's also just not on the site plan. Right, okay. So adding it to the site plan and then labeling it, which I think is what my one, what the one thing said. And I'm not sharing my screen. I see. Now I can tell. I can tell. Okay. Okay, so is there anyone here from the public to speak about this app?
They have liquor license stipulations on them for the roadbed that says 6 tables and 12 seats, and it closes at 10 p.m.
Okay, so they seem to have 4 tables and 8 seats?
I don't know.
Sally, you have your hand raised.
8 tables.
Okay. Great, so.
Like 8 tables.
Yes, it looks like 8 tables.
8 tables.
Oh, 8 tables, what did I say?
And then 32 seats.
8 tables, 32.
Oh, so it's more. Sorry, okay, yeah. I see now, 32 seats.
They sent.
Wait, 8 tables, 32 seats versus 6. Oh, like 2 tops. You were saying 6 tables with 12 seats would be 2 tops.
Right, and
Right, okay.
4 tops.
Okay, so that's kind of a lot more. Hold on, this is.
It's also,
And they all.
seems a little challenging.
Yeah.
Fit.
All those seats in there that way.
Do they have the barrier width demarcated? No, okay, we need to add that.
No, it looks like it's 1.5 feet.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. That was something that it looked like Nina added, right.
Oh, so the whole length isn't really then 17.
No, I think she right? Remember it got adjusted. Remember Stella from the PDF of this one?
I think that the 1.5 feet there is the distance to the manhole, not the barrier.
Oh.
Got it.
Oh, okay.
Right, that's right.
Okay, so the barrier width is not on there. Well, we'll find out. The applicant is here. So from the public, who do we have? I see that Darlene has signed up to speak on this one. Is there anyone in the room? No. Okay. So Darlene?
Good evening. Thank you. And you guys are doing an amazing job tonight. I wanted to just, and Stella actually covered the question that I had about the building and the actual primary building entrance, which seems to conflict with the length of the roadbed enclosure. But you've cleared that up. The garbage thing, I have a couple of photographs of where they've been doing it now, but I don't see why the garbage should be going, in front of the primary resident at egress on that side of the street instead of, well, by the manhole. But anyway, you guys will figure that out. And I do question how much seating there can be inside that enclosure once it's shrunk. It's showing basically 8 tables and 32 seats, according to the drawing. So maybe they want to clean that up. That was my observations. Oh, and Donna mentioned the liquor license, the timing, that it would close at 10 o'clock. Residents around there have been concerned that it will remain closing at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public besides, before we get to the applicant? I'm not seeing anyone in the room or online. So now, Ronan, am I saying that correctly?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Oh, good.
Thank you. Thank you for everything so far. I heard you asking there how long I've been on. I've been on since the get-go. It's been interesting.
Sorry about that.
Not at all. It's part of it. So I was just kind of writing down as things came up there. The building entrance, I mean, for me, the lady previously was circling the white building with her cursor. That was never in question. That's a separate building. That's not us. That's not our entrance. The door to the right of what I have marked of the building entrance is an elevator shaft, which is why it wasn't marked. The perimeter here, the 25 feet, is from inside the elevator shaft on the building entrance door side to the end of the building. And yeah, so if you see here, the door to the right there was being circled as something that was of.
Can you share the photo, Stella? Maybe we can.
You have it there. Yeah, I don't know why that was being circled, but it's of no relevance, nor was it marked at any point in this. This photo was obviously taken at a weird angle because the storefront looks wider than that. But the main primary building entrance, the one that you have pointed out there, is the one that I highlighted. And then obviously our own. What I didn't highlight is the door to the left, which is basically our fire escape and service door. And then to the right then is the elevator shaft for maintenance, I guess.
Okay, so this here is
the second door from the right, correct?
So you're saying that from here to here is 25 feet? When I measured, I got here to here is 25 feet. Because it looks like here, you're saying that you won't have the roadway cafe in front of this.
1 second now. I just confirm, I don't want to double.
So it's right. I mean, that diagram doesn't match the conditions.
It looks like there should be another building entrance here.
And that the one that's marked is the elevator shaft, more so.
Correct. Sorry, you're right. That's so the building entrance on the diagram should be moved inwards a little bit, basically. I didn't know that the elevator shaft had to be. Honestly, I'm one of the owners, and I did these diagrams myself. It's quite costly to go out and get architects to do all this, and I made my best effort at it. We actually had an application in CB3 that just recently made it past this process, and it was similar. But yes, correct. The building entrance there basically should be, I suppose, halfway between where it is and the restaurant entrance. Yeah, right where you're circling. I didn't know that the elevator shaft as such had to be marked because it's just a service door that.
I don't,
It doesn't have to.
we don't have, we don't, or wait.
Gotcha.
It is a door.
Oh, okay.
Right, but there's no passage in and out. There's no
It's a fake door? Does it open?
no, it opens, but only to an elevator shaft. Like you can only like work on the
So it just needs to, so it doesn't need to have it doesn't need to be labeled a primary building, it just needs to be on the plan, because if we're just trying to show what's there.
Question
Right?
becomes, can you put the outdoor dining in front of that?
In front of the primary
Elevator
building?
shaft.
Oh, in front of an elevator shaft? I don't know.
Ronan, are you saying that you want the roadway cafe to end here or here?
I
This-
mean,
This
best case scenario would be all the way to the end for me.
This
But the 17 feet,
It is the storefront.
Well, it's an elevator shaft
It's an elevator shaft. It's not a
that
store.
he's allowed to draw on the side of.
yeah, at 17 feet, it's significantly less than the storefront. So it's not going all the way to the edge.
Oh, not that picture.
So I see that the lot is 25 feet wide. So that the cream color from one end to the other is 25 feet.
Mhm.
So
The storefront.
it doesn't, the numbers don't seem to add up. Or maybe they do, I don't know. But
We're given 8 feet, right, to work with on either side.
well, the full storefront length,
not necessarily the
it's
building.
not, because part of that is the entrance to the building upstairs, correct?
Correct,
So
which is
that's
that
another-
door that you're circling there. And I suppose my misplacement of building entrance to the right of the diagram rather than to that center point between, basically between that line you just drew there with the cursor.
So
I
the
suppose
building frontage, where you have it with the elevator door, even though you have it decorated consistent with your restaurant, it's actually not your restaurant behind that.
Well, it is when you go further back into the restaurant, because the restaurant comes basically.
Well, it's an L shape around it, right?
Well, no, basically. So it's half the width of the building until the vestibule of the residential area stops, and then it goes to the full width of the building, basically past the residential area back. So technically our restaurant, over 50% of our restaurant is the full width of the building. But the entrance area to the restaurant, as we're looking at it here, is only from the left wall to the vestibule of the residential area there. But like I said, the majority of the restaurant is the full width of the building, wall to wall.
Okay. So where are we landing on this, Stella? Where are you
Well, I
going?
think that the definition of storefront has never been provided to us that I know of. So it's a tricky situation. You're saying that at this front face of the building, this is not your storefront. The storefront goes back behind it. Like you can't enter your storefront from this door. Or
You can't
Building.
enter anywhere from that door.
Yeah.
It's an elevator shaft.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that means that the storefront ends here. I guess that's a question for DOT.
Well, can I ask, while we're asking these questions here, if this made it through my initial submittal made it to the plan reviewer, who sent back only two recommendations to edit, which I made and sent back to her. I suppose I'm kind of confused as to when it comes through the plan reviewer who is, I believe her name was Nina, who is kind of my case consultant, I suppose. And she only had 2 edits and I send them back, and now we get to hear, and there are more edits, I guess. I'm not really sure where the accountability is, or what, you know, what maybe I can have done, because it seems like we're going to end up back in another meeting together based on this kind of confusion. Whereas I feel like we had gone to the DOT first. She had checked off on a couple of things that were missing. They were made right, and now we're here. So I must say I'm a little confused.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Yep.
New York City Council removed the requirement to use an architect. The burden's on you to provide an accurate diagram. DOT may have checked a couple of things, but the burden's still on you to provide the correct information. And
right.
The information on here is obviously not correct.
Which part? Just
well,
the doorway?
The diagram's inaccurate, number one. You said that in submitting this information that you're submitting an accurate diagram, number one, and it's not accurate. You also, hold on, you also show the offset to the building entrance. And if you honor the offset to the building entrance, you're actually shortening the roadway seating significantly. And the only time that we've heard that the roadbed dining can extend beyond a building entrance is if the part of the restaurant is on the other side of it.
Fronting.
The fronting is on the other side of the entrance. And in this case, it's not. So that's the guidance that we have. And that's, you know, what the you know, that's what it is. And it's deceptive when you look at this picture, because the building has allowed you to brand the building, not in front, which is actually not your space. So it creates a whole situation that has a lot of.
Even the door on the left.
So my question at that point would be, wouldn't that be a matter of the landlord's preference or the landlord's obligation, or whatever the term is?
Well, you've submitted a diagram that's not accurate. We'll start with that. And it's not DOT's job to correct the inaccurate diagram. It's the burdens on the applicant to provide the correct diagram. Sure. And so when you talk to the person at DOT, they don't even know that's not a door, because it's not even labeled accurately. So when they look at all of your materials, they have no way of knowing.
And I'm just to add on to that, the door on the left-hand side that's also branded goes to a hallway that has nothing to do.
No, it does. That's our restaurant.
Where is the restaurant with that door? What happens behind that door?
So Stella, I just sent you.
That's the fire exit for the restaurant.
That might be the fire exit for the restaurant, but it's not part of the restaurant. It's a separate hallway.
No, that's fully inside our square footage, rentable space, usable space. That's ours. That is part of the restaurant, 100%.
Which one is?
The one to the left of the vestibule.
Okay.
I'm just pulling up another photo. Hold on 1 second.
And
so the exact.
Can you share the interior diagram?
Yeah, I think Stella's pulling it up. Right. So the feedback, when we reached out to Nina about this one in particular on December 5th, it said that yes, it can be, the roadway can be continuous as long as the frontage continues on the other side of the building door. There are instances in which the restaurant occupies a space behind a building entrance behind stairs and continues beyond it, as is the case here. That's what she said.
Okay, but the diagram is not accurate.
Right. So we just need
you can see the floor plan there.
We just need the diagram to be accurate, showing where those are. That's it.
So the storefront goes from this
water
to here. At least at
I think it's questionable. That's even the storefront. It's closed open.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we don't have the definition of the storefront. So I don't know.
I'm sorry, I had to get water. What?
Just saying that we're not sure what the definition of a storefront is according to DOT, so it's hard to say if this.
But they've said at this location that there are instances which the restaurant occupies a space behind a building and it's behind stairs and continues beyond it, as is the case here. No, am I wrong?
It doesn't on the front though, and that's the question. It's not on the front. So when they say frontage.
So.
I mean, so we'll just have to submit our comments like as is. And I mean, we're not going to solve this here. So there's a larger question to be asked about. But they tend to not answer questions that are in the generalities. It has to be specific about a location. So that can then be applied.
That they show them these plans so they understand what goes on inside.
I guess, yeah.
Since you can't tell from the outside, you would think the whole thing.
Okay, so have we changed what the modifications we're gonna ask for on this one are, or are we, like, we're just wanting, can you go back to the photograph? Like, we just need, or is it those notches there? Like, what are we asking this applicant to do? Or are we just gonna submit the comments that there's just, things are not clear and that's just what it is?
Where does the 17 feet end now? Is that clear? If you're looking at.
18 inches from the manhole.
I accidentally muted the office, I'm sorry. So I measured that to the edge of the storefront, or what I thought was the storefront was here. And that's 17.6. So come in about 6 inches, it'd be like here.
From there to the manhole.
To the clearance of the manhole, yeah. Which is like here.
Okay. Well.
Okay. And that seems to be what DOT has presented to us.
Yeah, so I think
we're asking for the door to be, for that door that's, we can send you that photo with the arrow to be accurately depicted, because my sense was that building entrance that's labeled there on the right was the white building.
That's what I assumed as well. Because there's no roadway cafe proposed in front of it.
Right, which is also important to have labeled as well, because it is a primary building, just like can't be blocked. But again, you're not.
The rules are very, on what's stated on the Dining Out NYC website, restaurant frontage. Restaurant frontage is the linear space your store occupies along the sidewalk.
So that's clear.
Yeah, that was the old definition that we always went by.
Well, that's what it says on the Dining Out.
Okay, so we gotta like move forward, because we still have 3 more applications and business sessions. So where are we landing on this?
Needs to be that it has to go from the left-hand side to the second.
The manhole
door to the right.
clearance.
The manhole clearance, so from that to before that second doorway on the right, that's the available space. Because that is his restaurant frontage. That is the restaurant frontage.
So
it goes from whatever the 18 inches is from the manhole, go to the right to that first green door you hit. Right there. That's it. That's the frontage. Because
the restaurant's not behind that.
That's his definition, is frontage on the sidewalk, not that it's behind it, right? That's what that definition.
But that's what Nina has said.
We give Nina what it says in the rules.
Okay.
I mean, Nina may be thinking the same, I'm just gonna say this, the same thing we were thinking, that second door, the furthest door on the right side.
Okay.
It's the elevator shaft, was like another door into their restaurant. So it continues behind a residential entryway to the frontage again. But now we find out it's not the frontage of the restaurant. We find out that that is an elevator shaft.
Okay.
So that would change what she's saying, in my opinion.
Right, so the manhole,
Because
is a
going-
clearance for that, for 1 point, I mean, that is on there, no?
Well, that's, Stella's, I don't know, yeah.
Okay, so that's not a modification.
Right.
It's already on there. Okay. So I guess, Ronan, I'm sorry, this is so frustrating. It's also frustrating for us to not have an answer here. So.
We have an answer.
Huh? Well, I mean, so we will ask, we'll send you a proposed modification to add and label the primary building entrance, which is that door with the, I forget what that's called, that window above, to label that on the site plan. And I guess to modify the roadway cafe length to that measurement. Transom window, thank you for the words. I was losing my vocabulary here. So right there says where it's supposed to, it would end. So that is a significant change, wrote in for the length of your sidewalk, of your roadway cafe. So it is up to you whether or not you would choose to accept these proposed modifications. It's up to you. Whether or not you decide to agree to them by signing and notarizing the one-page modifications form and submitting an updated site plan as a package. That's how the agreement works. Our comments to DOT would just state the following, regardless of where you land on that. So it's up to you if you would like to participate, to agree, and we can submit the form, and then DOT knows you agree, and then the site plan is updated, and it just, we'll quickly move on to the next part, which is of course the required DOT public hearing for a roadway cafe, but that's your choice. So that's where we're landing on this one.
Right, and is that a question right now, or is this?
Yeah, so it basically, it either stops or starts a set of paperwork on our end. So you can decide now. It would be helpful to know if you're going to agree to it or not, because then we wouldn't have to waste time on our end to produce the document and then process it on our end. So it's
full disclosure, there was no intent to dupe anybody with doors.
Of course.
That, like, I was making my best effort to follow what are honestly the lack of clarity between DOT and community boards and city council, and the lack of communication between them is honestly horrible towards small business owners. I made my best effort with this. I'm going to continue to pursue it. And obviously it's particularly difficult in this neighborhood because, obviously there's no such thing as lit signage or, any sort of like flags out in the street to say you're open, which I love. It's why it's such a beautiful street, and it's nice, but to be able to have a couple of tables outside for passersby that don't know there's a restaurant there, it's huge. It's a huge flag to be able to fly, as long as you're able to operate it, decently and well, and it's appealing. So with this going from 17 feet to what looks like 6 or 8 feet, I have partners. I can't make this decision now without them.
Okay. We're happy to send them to you. We're happy to, it's just a few little points. So no pressure. I just thought I would ask, because it seemed very extreme. And we hear your frustration. And again, we are just applying this unilaterally as given in the rules. And there is a gray area here, and it is a costly gray area for businesses in terms of time and money. So thank you for look at all of the time you've spent here this evening waiting for your turn. So thank you so much. We will send them through, no problem. That's completely up to you. If you could just not ghost us and just give us an answer either way. That way we just know what our follow-up is, because as you know, we have a lot of these. So
thank you.
That would be greatly appreciated. Great. Okay, so now we're moving on to Fiascateria. So let me go to that. I didn't share my screen again. So okay, so Fiascateria West Ltd, DBA Fiascateria Pistoia. My college Italian may be paying off. 114 Christopher Street, 10014 for a roadway application. Here is the site plan. Beautiful handwriting. So we have it here. Hello. So I do see we don't have a north arrow on here. So let's just go. So what we had here was adjust the site plan to depict the tree bed size and remaining space. Whoops, I clicked too fast. For entrance to the cafe. So let's just go back to the site plan. So the tree bed is here. Yes?
That's right.
Right, okay. And then this is something, I'm gonna have to zoom in on my. Okay, so.
Tables, so that's just an icon showing you that the X is inside. Are the tables.
Okay, it's like a key.
The map, it's a key, yep.
Okay, so then we have 8 feet by 9.5 feet, but I'm just like, I'm trying to understand what the 18 and, oh, the barrier, okay.
Barrier.
Sorry, okay, great. We appreciate that being included. The storefront we see is 9.5 feet, and this 9.5 feet, which includes the barriers, tables, a tree bed. So we would like a modification to put the measurement, right, of the tree bed. Is that right, Stella?
Right. And if I can share my screen, I can share it in context. Okay, so the storefront goes from just about like 3 inches this way to the west of the tree bed here to this line here. So a decent portion is covered by the tree bed. So this is the remaining space, but then they indicated the barrier width is 18 inches, so something like that, which gives us an available entrance for the cafe of 3 feet 8 inches. I think that's just a helpful dimension to have on there to ensure accessibility as well. When we do have these tree beds, we've seen tree beds that have been right in the middle and not really.
So are you wanting them to mark that 5 feet 2 inches on the plan, or no, just the tree bed length? Just the tree bed length?
What we think is enough. If just the tree bed is enough, or if they might as well put it.
Yeah, I think just the tree bed, right? I just want to write it down. Okay. Ryan, did you have anything?
Well, I would like to see the indication on their diagram of the tree bed to be at least a little closer to the actual as you.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're saying it's not scaled appropriately.
Put it
Okay.
Put it all the way to the west. Is there a north arrow? To the west side of.
No, it's not a north arrow.
Property, but the
north is
roadway cafe.
This way, west.
Right, going in this direction.
Or north is right.
Available.
Okay. I mean, they obviously there is room, just it's just not accurate. So we just want an accurate site plan. Okay. So that was the only modification. Is that correct?
Well,
okay. Yeah.
Number of tables, 3 across in only what is going to be 6 feet and a few inches. In 6 feet, how are you going to get more than maybe 2 tables within that space?
Okay. And they could be smaller tables, but we'll ask. I think they're here, but let's wait. Do we have anyone here to speak on this?
And then
any other discussion?
I just want to say one other thing, which may be in your modifications, but the ADA accessibility. So one of those tables may need to move if they put a ramp in or something like that.
But they have flooring.
They have flooring. Okay.
All right. Hopefully flush. Good.
Okay.
So then you need to just make sure that there's accessibility still in between some of those tables or something.
Right.
Because it can't be out on the.
Right, right. Now, right, and another quick point. I don't remember if it's this location or, because I do see 2 seats in the furnishing zone currently, so, but I forget if it was this or Beer Garage that had tables in the furnishing zone recently. I did not take photos, but, so I will.
We'll just make that.
Oh, there's
Just
stuff
make-
like
just
that.
Make a statement about that is not in compliance, but I don't want to say specifically to this because I just don't remember, because I'm further down and I just don't remember what I saw. So I just thought I would ask the committee. Okay, I don't see anyone signed up to speak on this application on Zoom that is not the applicant. Is there anyone not the applicant in the room, or is it just? Okay, so is the applicant here? You guys are here? Okay, great. You can come up here and state your name for the record. And if you, so we're just asking, as you heard, please state your name.
Maristella Innocenti.
Okay, and so we are just asking, wait, is this my screen? This is your screen. I'm just gonna go, but I'm gonna share my screen still, if that's okay. Okay. So, yeah, we're just asking for the tree bed. Oh, so we are asking for the remaining space to be allocated on there?
I'm sorry, say again?
Sorry, I'm asking them once
Oh,
again.
okay.
Sorry, no, it's okay, don't be sorry. So we just want to know, we just want this accurately depicted and scaled and what size it is in proportion, so that we just have an understanding of the egress.
I'm not sure we will be able to scale it very well, but we will.
Yeah.
Put measurement, if they're just the measurement.
Yeah, if you can put the measurement of what it is, and then.
And the 9 tables, it was a dream, but.
Okay.
That dream is.
Okay, so, yeah, so.
Just like.
We always just ask about it, well.
Yeah, no, that was stupid, I'm sorry.
No, it's not, oh, no, you don't have to apologize, not stupid at all.
I think the size of our tables, that they're pretty small, probably 4 tables will fit.
Okay. Okay, well, and again, you just have to have 5% of it has to be ADA accessible. So again, we're just asking all applicants to, it's in the rules in there, but it tends to get forgotten.
Yeah.
So again, there's also all of these egregious lawsuits happening.
Yeah. Right.
So again, we're just trying to
It's kind of like
stop those.
Authorized to frauds.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, so I think that's it. So what is?
The other thing just bears to be mentioned is that the raised area is not private property. That's the public sidewalk.
Yeah.
So you can't have tables and chairs there. And that's the same for Beer Garage. They can't have their stools in front of the window. I mean, it's just.
Oh, so we're talking about against the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Got it. I know your space is very, very tiny inside. It's very, very intimate. It's delicious. I remember I went right when it first opened. Okay, so we're just gonna ask for the dimension to be put here. Maybe this just be bigger.
Okay.
And that's it. Is that correct?
Didn't put the arrow. I'm sorry, I didn't get that. I didn't understand what it was, the
What?
north arrow.
The arrow. Oh.
I'm sorry.
Oh, is it,
I was like-
is it this?
No, actually not, because north
That
is
is facing north. 'Cause
this
like
way, I
Bedford
believe,
goes
right?
north.
So is that, okay,
I mean,
is that right, Brian?
nobody could-
No.
That's just an indication of the direction of
Bedford
traffic.
goes like that.
Bedford does go north.
Yeah.
If you want.
But
Yeah.
I believe
So maybe-
north will be like,
Yeah, so you just need an arrow and it just says an N or something.
Yeah.
You can like Google what it looks like. I mean, we're not looking for anything.
yeah.
It's just helpful.
I wasn't understanding this. When I saw it, I was like, what?
Well, if you're not an architect, like, why would you know?
Right?
So, I mean,
That's right.
okay, so what happens after this is we will send you a modifications form that has that one item on it.
Yeah.
And just update your site plan and submit the signed and notarized form with that and the site plan, and then we'll submit our comments.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you
thanks.
very
Thank you
much.
for waiting around. I appreciate it.
Thank you
Okay.
guys for doing this.
So next, the last 2 applications we have is White Horse Tavern and White Horse Hospitality LLC, DBA White Horse Tavern, 567 Hudson Street, 10014 for a roadway. And then the next and last new application we have is for 330 West Broadway, a pasta bar for roadway. So now, here we go. This is the original site plan included in the package referred to CB2 on Monday, December 2nd. This is probably the most colorful site plan I've seen. Take that for what it is. So we see here, we have a bike lane. This is allowed now to have service of alcohol across a bike lane due to the law change. They plan here. And then, so the proposed modifications were clarifying ADA access to ramp on the site plan. I'd also like to point out that I was notified that the applicant and the applicant's representative would not be in attendance this evening. So, but also we will be hearing public testimony on this, and we will ask if the applicant is here. But just, I've been notified that they will not be in appearance. So clarify.
Because the applicant has stated that they're trying to improve their relationships with the community and act in better faith with better engagement.
Well, thank you so much for adding that in. I was not made aware of that until now. So clarify ADA access to ramp on the site plan. Ramp landings are only 4 feet by 4 feet, which does not comply with ADA code of 5 feet diameter. I believe, Brian, this was your note.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then add a crosswalk to site plan and distance from crosswalk to the site plan. I'm assuming that is 20 feet for the 20-foot clearance. Am I correct in that?
I measured 48. It's pretty far.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So it meets, it's not that it needs to be in compliance with it. It just needs to be marked.
Right.
Okay, perfect. I can make that change. Oh, here we go. We're going into business session with this over here. Just a second. Okay. Oh no, that's not business session. I'm going to address the other thing. Sorry. Okay. So they just need to have it marked. I mean, they don't need to put it, they need to put that it's 48 feet just so we have it, or no?
Well, this is an interesting case here where this is located, because previously in 2020, the roadbed markings included a sidewalk cafe from being here because there was a turning lane. And since then, the pavement markings have changed to eliminate the turning lane and put in a different type of white box there, or marked area, which you can see on Google Maps. So I just bring that up as a bit of an anomaly in a change here. It's not just a comment that existing conditions can change.
That's a good comment.
And, I don't think that change was ever brought by DOT to the community board to comment on. And, and I don't know.
To like traffic and transportation?
Right, and I don't know if it's a change in their policy with the bike lanes or whatever it is. But the applicant had illegally had a roadbed dining structure that was placed over a crosshatched area in the beginning of COVID, contrary to the rules. And
so in violation of the temporary rules, which I'm sure is a very understated to everything else.
They had to remove the roadbed, and perhaps the residents can comment on that more, but just pointing that out as a change here.
I believe they are going to be coming back to us for a sidewalk cafe application, just so everyone is aware, but we have not received that yet. We could receive it next week, who knows? Okay, so is there anything else to add to the modifications among the committee, or any other comments before we open it up for public testimony? No? Is that a no, Stella? Okay. Okay. So is there anyone here to speak on? I don't see. I don't see anyone on Zoom. Anyone in the room here to speak?
Yes.
Hello, Augustine. You're so patient. You're so quiet. I know. I can hear me both.
Nice. How are you? Keep it up.
All right, 2 minutes.
I don't really have anything to say, but I'm absolutely horrified about this application. This guy has been a scofflaw for years. In his submission, he has pictures of his enclosed roadbed shed, which has been, this is why I asked earlier, but I'm pretty certain that this has not been allowed under the rules from the beginning of the outdoor program. And yet, there it is, until a week ago. God is absolutely right about the turning lane. I think the SLA got on top of that and threw it out. He encourages drunkenness in the area. He blocks the sidewalk. There's been absolutely no path possible down that sidewalk in the evenings. On drunkenness front, he puts signs outside saying things like "sober you." It's like, I'm going to deal with this guy, and of course he's going to get this because it seems to fit with the rules. So I don't know what it is that we're supposed to do to slow this down. Just out of interest, is the ramp, how do they get from the sidewalk into the roadway?
Yeah, I've asked that same question, and it seems that it's allowed to go to the curb cut.
To the curb cut. So they're going to walk up to the curb cut.
All the way to the corner, and then all the way back.
Yeah.
But
Meanwhile, the bicycles.
It's not a safe space to do that.
Say what?
There's not a safe space
No, not really.
in which to do that. And I don't know, Stella, if you have any thoughts on that, because I know you've been working on the ADA access to roadbeds across a bike lane when there's not a level pathway, and whether the city would accept temporarily blocking a bike lane with a ramp.
I don't.
Procedures for that would be.
I think that DOT suggests the same that we were discussing of the person going to the pedestrian ramp and then going up
the road.
The road. There's
like in the bike lane.
Yeah. Brian had mentioned to me one idea about if they were to flip the structure. Valerie, if you want to go to the
Oh, where I'm live. Okay.
Brian, what was it that you were saying?
How does Zoom look here?
Yeah, so taking off what Stella's started, I said, well, it would make a shorter run for a person in a wheelchair to roll down the crosswalk ramp.
Is that better?
And go into the 48-inch buffer area next to the bike lane. But if you flip the end so that the ramp is on the left side, then that shortens it by 30 feet, seems like. But that's really, it's really a minor thing. It's picking at little details. It's still a long way to go, and I don't see any other way, and I don't believe there are any rules for DOT that says you have to limit your travel distance.
It's ridiculous.
It is. Yeah.
So, okay, they meet the transformer vault 3 feet. Do they have to have 18 inches from the pavement marking?
Not if it's in a floating parking lane.
Oh, okay.
But just back to the ADA rules, I think that we might, I don't know, we should ask DOT and then confirm that it actually is compliant with ADA to have, because right now their accessible route is for someone in a wheelchair to get to the roadway cafe would not have a perimeter demarcation, right? Because it would, so I'm just sticking through this on the spot. I don't know. I don't.
You're right, they're in the roadway without any
road.
protection except pavement markings.
Right.
And that pavement marking there is.
Here's your reminder. Take pills at 10 p.m.
That is routinely used by trucks park illegally in that space.
Right.
And that buffer zone ends if you look at from the corner at the most recent Google Street View, where the truck would be is right out, where.
Who wants to share?
Send this to you.
Thank you,
In
Stella.
other words, yeah.
Exactly. So.
Oh, there's like
if
a
you
truck
have-
right there.
Well, that's parked legally.
Oh.
That's in the area where the roadbed is proposed. That's the adjoining business next to its
That's
roadbed.
Pizza Yes, right?
So
Or
that space is
Made in New York
often
Pizza.
has illegally parked vehicles in it. And there's another one of the street view pictures has an illegally parked, vehicle in there. But then it leaves no way to get to it.
Right.
That's not in a protected zone or whatever. I mean, there's nothing there. There's, that's not a safe situation to have somebody having to navigate through that area, I would think. And just because it's compliance in the front, I mean, this is just not a safe situation. And this is a great illustration of it not being safe. And I think we should really comment on that, and this is a case where crossing the bike lanes is problematic. And in solving one situation where they put that in, presumably to make it safer for bicyclists by having the wide turn, without having the turning lane, they've actually made it less safe for access to the roadbed dining.
So we don't know what the ramp situation from the sidewalk is across the bike lane as well?
Well, no, the ramp's right there on the corner. That.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the curb cut.
That's the curb
There
cut.
already.
So they have to go from that corner to there?
No,
and then down
exactly.
there, yeah.
Full length, yeah. Now, I don't see any rules against it. That's the problem. We're trying to apply rules
Right.
to everyone.
Say on the one.
It is.
Where?
No, it is because is that area designed as a pedestrian walkway?
Right.
Or a pedestrian movement area? And if you don't have the safety there from this corner to that spot.
Well, in my opinion, any roadway seating across a bike lane is not a safe condition.
Right. Well, this is exacerbated.
No way or shape or form. And I don't know why DOT is allowing it. That would be my approach to it, to show us how that can be safe for anyone and for servers or anybody.
Well, that's a good question to pose to them. What would be the safe access or from the applicant?
So I remember with Liberal Tenise, we put in modifications, which again, they ghosted us. Where we asked for to confirm they have a temporary ramp to go from the middle of the sidewalk, not all the way to the edge.
Right.
To access and that their staff there's like this common language we've used, like the staff is trained on ADA, they have a temporary ramp that they can then use, because again, they were at grade in their roadway cafe, so.
Did they cross the bike lane?
Yeah, across the bike lane
I
with
thought.
a small buffer, with a small white buffer.
So did we reach out to DOT on that one? Didn't we do something with that? No.
Well, I think Stella, I think this is a great case to ask the questions. And I think that we should be emailing, and I know that, I mean, not to put.
We're very responsive today.
But this is a good example of what is the safe ADA access. It's not up to us to answer the question, it's either up to DOT or the applicant.
Or it might end up in court with a lawsuit from.
Yeah, I mean, it's a reasonable
That's probably, by the
case,
way, yeah. I want to
because you can't safely get to it, in a reasonable way, it would seem. But I'd rather have somebody telling us this is their plan. Because the other accommodation for the restaurant, if they're not providing access to the roadway, is they have to put a ramp on the curb, and there's no protocols in place from the city on how you stop traffic in a bike lane in order to provide access.
This is a longer question, I think.
Well, we just
We
need
need an answer.
I'm
And
not
this is
up
a good
to-
example
yeah,
because
this
it is
is a good-
mid-block. And it's gonna come up.
Okay, so,
next
so the question is mid-block, floating roadway and a floating parking lane.
How do you get to the ramp, the ADA ramp? Safely.
Do I have any time left in my 2 minutes?
I mean,
I don't think you used them.
yeah.
If you've been on that stretch, you've probably noticed that there are e-delivery bikes doing 25 miles an hour, both against the flow and with the flow. I mean, you're risking your life when you cross that lane. I happen to know that a waitress at Cargo was hit by a cyclist serving across the bike lane. This is not safe. One last thing about they list here the hours to 4 a.m. Is that for real or is that just?
So
something
here's the kind of general statement about hours. That's, so one, we don't discuss hours here in this working group, number one, but number two, DOT is not making any differentiation when they ask for the hours of everyone is giving their operating hours for their standard interior business. So that is definitely a point of frustration. And that it's not demarcated, so we're not dealing with that here, but the liquor license committee, SLA is.
Okay. And the past behavior means nothing to DOT, is that right?
The past.
My horse is past behavior.
So we will, so for outdoor dining violations, for any sort of outdoor dining related violations, we will summarize those up in a bullet point. We did that with Latau pretty heavily. So
And I think it's incumbent upon the residents for the roadway dining hearing to come and articulate those violations
to DOT,
as well as submitting, written materials to them as well. Because I think that there are a few that didn't apply.
Has DOT denied anybody so far? We know of?
it's not clear. It's not very clear from today when I looked on the Dining Out NYC website. When you click apply, it goes to the map. You then click search twice and it shows you how many sidewalk and roadway cafes have been approved. So there's 10 that have been approved citywide. We received no feedback, and that's across all 5 boroughs. So we received no feedback. Once we submit our feedback, we receive nothing back. We ended up denying this, or it's just not certain.
And you don't know, and you also don't know how long it takes for somebody to get approved after they have the hearing. Some it might be shorter or longer, so you can't assume because it's not on there, even though we heard it. And it got
right. There are several applications. There I can think of 2 specific applications that we have heard of. One that was a sidewalk that was a denial because of there was no room at the box. There was no box based on all the different obstruction clearances, only applying the rules. And so that never went to that is not yet many months, at least 6 months later, that still has not gone to a DOT public hearing for a sidewalk cafe, which it would automatically for a denial. So it's not clear where that landed. So
complete lack of transparency.
So thank you so much. Is there anyone else here to speak on White Horse Tavern? Not, we'll move to our last application. Great. So
Pasta bar?
Huh?
Pasta bar?
Yes. So I'm just going to pull this up. So I'm not sure if we have, thank you. I'm not sure if we have the applicant here or not. Just look quickly. Yeah, it's not clear that the applicant is here. So we'll just quickly go through this because I think this was someone from Hilbron Levy. Is there something happening over here? Okay, so 330 WB Operations LLC, DBA Pasta Bar, 330 West Broadway, 10013 for roadway. So we're going to bring this up in our business session.
Not
Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you. It's very much appreciated. Okay, so let's just, for the record, go back. So 330 WB Operations LLC, DBA El Pasta Bar, 330 West Broadway, 10013 roadway. Before we get to the roadway, I'm going to call something out that was brought to our attention today. We will be discussing this in business session, specifically about the Sidewalk Cafe. We heard this application on Tuesday, November